The House will come to order. Members, please register. Members, strict enforcement has been requested. You must vote for yourself and from your desk.
I think so. I might.
I love the jacket. We're kind of totally matching, right?
This mic is hot.
I'm glad I didn't swear.
Members, when the clerk opened, it was opened differently. We need to clear the board and keep registering differently as a roll call vote instead of a record vote. Please register at strict enforcement still. Vote for yourself, vote from your desk. Nobody talked to me about taking a block of bills. A quorum is present. The House and gallery, please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from Capital Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. Today's word is finish. And I'm going to add a modifier, finish well. Okay, we hopefully we finish, but finish well. The Bible talks about finishing well, finishing the race of life well. My dad wrote a book called Going for the Gold, which is about finishing the race that God set before us. But I think it can be translated into all the things that we do, including session. And so I think we need to finish strong, obviously, finish with hard work, finish with a focus on what's right. I think also finish with patience and intentional love for one another, and even when we're tired and weary, but finish well. So join me as I pray that we finish and finish well. Heavenly Father, as this legislative session nears its end, we're reminded that you call us not to only begin well, but to finish well. Please give each person here strength to persevere, to act with integrity, and uphold the trust that has been placed upon each person here. In the fatigue of the long days and the weight of difficult decisions, I ask for renewed strength. And may we finish the session with a clear conscience and clean hearts, honoring you in our conduct, our words, and our decisions. So we humbly ask for your guidance, your wisdom, and your blessing as we complete the work you have set before us. Help us to finish and finish well. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair now recognizes the Honorable Carl Tepper of Lubbock County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Please join me in the pledge to our great nation and the Republic of Texas. I pledge allegiance honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Mr. Vo because of important business on a motion of Mr. Wu. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Chris Casso from McAllen as Doctor of the Day. Members, please join me in welcoming the Doctor of the Day. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB number 3, SB number 53, SB number 226, SB number 535, SB number 815, SB number 827, SB number 1141, SB number 1330, SB number 1352, SB number 1453, SB number 1664, SB number 1677, SB number 1839, SB number 1856, SB number 1936, SB number 2111, SB number 2137, SB number 2148, SB number 2166, SB number SJR number 84.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB number 49, HB number 75, HB number 128, HB number 388, HB number 413, HB number 519, HB number 609, HB number 685, HB number 766, HB number 1422, HB number 1445, HB number 1458, HB number 1481, HB number 1562, HB number 1586, HB number 1592, HB number 1606, HB number 1612, HB number 1633, HB number 1732, HB number 1828, HB number 1851, HB number 1916, HB number 1991, HB number 2014, HB number 2025, HB number 2026, HB number 2061, HB number 2193, HB number 2259, HB number 2273, HB number 2282, HB number 2293, HB number 2310, HB number 2358, HB number 2421, HB number 2464, HB number 2508, HB number 2518, HB number 2524, HB number 2530, HB number 2563, HB number 2713, HB number 2715, HB number 2791, HB number 2856, HB number 3062, HB number 3114, HB number 3120, HB 3180, HB number 3214, HB number 3234, HB number 3505, HB number 3597, HB 3627, HB 3732, HB 3745, HB 3801, HB 3803, HB 3804, HB 3806, HB 3833, HB 4044, HB 4129, HB 4224, HB 4230, HB 4377, HB 4395, HB 4396, HB 4668, HB 4738, HB 5084, HB 5149, HB 5155, HB 5180, HB 5436, HB 5667, HB 5686, HB 5688, HB 5693, HCR number 10, HCR number 130, HCR number 131, HCR number 133, HCR number 134, HCR number 135, HCR number 139, HCR number 140, HCR number 142, HCR number 143, HCR number 147, HCR number 152, HJR number 133.
The following resolutions on first reading and referral.
Oh, wait.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB number 3680, HCR number 127.
The following resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the resolutions.
Following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HR 1350 by Vasud, HR 1351 by Moody, HR 1352 by Bella Kaufman, HR 1353 by Raymond, HR 1354 by Harris Davila, HR 1355 by Harris Davila, HR 1358 by Bernal, HR 1359 by Bernal, HR 1360 by Patterson, HR 1361 by Meyer, HR 1362 by Verdell. Following resolutions by LaHood are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendar. HR 1363 through HR 1366.
Mr. Guerin moves to defer the remainder of reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there objection? The chair has none, and so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition. The chair recognizes Ms. Luther for memorial recognition.
Chair recognizes Ms. Luther for memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this morning I rise to recognize a very important family from my district, the Palmer family. 5 years ago, our community experienced an incredible tragedy when Katie Palmer, a beloved Denison ISD teacher, was struck and killed by a drunk driver. Her family, sadly, was forced to fight for justice for Katie in a way that I wouldn't wish on anyone. But thanks to their courageous advocacy, the state of Texas now has stronger laws to protect pedestrians in cases like Katie's. Katie was truly a gem and a treasure to our district. She graduated from Austin College in 2003 with a bachelor's degree in biology, and during her time serving Denison students, she encouraged their curiosity, especially in STEM. She served as a biology, robotics, science, technology, engineering, and math teacher at Scott Middle School. She was named Teacher of the Year multiple times. She also received the Ross Perot Fellowship and was honored as Scott's Scholar Sponsor and a school district difference maker. Katie was an avid conservationist and was known for her nature rehabilitation work, including volunteering at Hagerman National Wildlife Refuge, and was a member of the Denison Service League. Katie helped provide clothing, school supplies, and food to those in need, and she supported her students' growth and service-minded members of their communities by leading them in doing the same. Katie's spirit of kindness and compassion is reflected today in the mission of Katie's Closet, which provides clothes to Denison ISD students in need, and through the Katie Palmer Project, a community outreach initiative that gifts Christmas lights to families experiencing hardship. Her efforts are also honored with the Memorial Educational Pavilion bearing her name at Hagerman National Wildlife Refuge, where she taught youth classes. Katie Palmer truly lived life well and should be an example of service to all of us. Today, it's my honor to recognize her family who are here on the dais. Katie's husband, John Palmer. Katie's daughter, Bella Palmer. Her son, Brandon Palmer. Her father, Tony Tipton. And her mother, Rhonda Nail. Also, lots of members of Katie's clan are here in the gallery today. If you could please stand. God bless all of you, and thank you for being here today. We will never forget Katie, and we will never forget about the justice that she still deserves. Thank you.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence.
Do you want to talk? I did want to. She was
Oh,
gonna talk.
yes, Chair recognizes Representative Mesa.
Thank you. I have a special connection to Katie Palmer in that I'd gotten an email, but it was sent out to lots of state reps and not my constituent. I guess sometimes we might overlook those and not pay much attention to them. But this one called out to us because it was a woman saying that her son had been hit by a drunk driver as he was walking down the access road. He had a flat tire. She was disturbed by the fact that they had checked the blood alcohol content of her son in the autopsy, but never checked the blood alcohol content of the driver. She thought that was odd. At that time, it was the discretion of the police, so they asked the police officer, "Why didn't you?" And he said, "Well, it was 7:30 in the morning." So we took away that discretion, not to be mean to the police, but actually it helps them because now they can say, "Well, I'm doing it because it's required." And so we had our first press conference in 2021, I think that was, the COVID season when they were not allowing press conferences in the press room, but they allowed us to be the first, thanks to the work of my chief of staff at the time, Vince Leibowitz, who I think is with us in the gallery today. And that press conference was attended by a local TV station who is connected to Nexstar. And so with Nexstar, it goes out to all their affiliates. And one of those affiliates was Sherman, Texas. And it was seen by the friends of Katie Palmer. And they identified with that because of what had happened to Katie. And they felt that that was important and they wanted to be a part of it. They came here to the Capitol and met with some of you who were here in the Capitol at the time in 2020, may have met with them before. It's one thing for us to say to each other, this is a good bill, I hope it can have your support. But to have Michelle Carney and her family in honor of their son Colton, who died, and to have the friends of Katie Palmer calling on you as reps and telling you their personal story made a difference in being able to pass that bill in honor of them and in the Senate and signed by the governor. So they're the friends of Katie Palmer, and we still today seek justice for Katie Palmer. She's a beautiful person inside and out, and the friends of Katie Palmer and Sherman do a lot of great things still today in her name. So we honor Katie Palmer today, and as you said, we still seek justice for Katie Palmer. Thank you.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to invite any of the members that have any TLIPers in their office this session to join me for this recognition. It is my pleasure and privilege to stand here today to recognize the 2025 TLIP class. Their dedication and hard work have been invaluable this session. This TLIP cohort has 46 interns. This class is full of future leaders, future attorneys, and future legislators, business, philanthropists, and more. TLIPers, would you please stand in the gallery and be recognized? All of these amazing, fine young men and women across the state of Texas. What began as a small group of students in 1990 has blossomed into one of the most successful legislative internship programs in the country, created by former Senator Rodney Ellis, who is now a county commissioner. The Texas Legislative Internship Program was inspired by the late Congressman Mickey Leland. TLIP provides opportunities for undergraduate and graduate students attending Texas colleges and universities to serve as interns in the Texas legislature, various state agencies, and in local government. TLIP gives interns a unique opportunity to interact with officials from all levels of state and local government. This exposure provides students with firsthand knowledge of critical issues facing our community and state. Interns are involved in all facets of the governmental process and are exposed to the legislative process of both the House and the Senate. Many of the program's former participants continue to work in public service at the federal, state, and local levels, including 3 members in the Texas House, Amanda Wiley, Anna Hernandez, and myself. Also, yeah, you didn't know Anna was a TLIPer, that's right. So we also have had many of the former TLIPers go on to be judges and other city council members, as well as working in the nation's capital. I want you to know that the TLIP program was transformational for me. Before the Texas Legislative Internship Program, I never dreamed that I could one day be a legislator, but it was the TLIP program that gave me that experience, that knowledge, that wisdom, and the networking and the mentorships were invaluable. I would like, oh yeah, I did, wherever is Chairman Wiley, he's around here somewhere. I would like to take the time to acknowledge 2 of the interns that were in my office, Tatiana McCorder and Heather Williams, both who are, one of them just passed the bar exam and the other is about to take the bar exam. They have been a very valuable asset. And I want you to know that all of the members that are reflected here today are so proud of each and every one of you. You weren't just interns, you were valuable members of our offices. And most of us didn't distinguish you from an intern, from a regular member of our staff, whether it's a chief of staff, a legislative director, a district director. Every one of you made a significant contribution with research, doing policy work, constituent services, and more. And so we want to take this time just to thank all of you for your sacrifice, for your service. We wish you the best in your future, and we hope that one day many of you will pay it forward just like the other interns and maybe be a member of the Texas House of Representatives or the Texas Senate or wherever God leads you. So thank you so much. God bless you for your future. And let's give all of these amazing young men and women, these emerging leaders, a great round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. So I want to recognize the TLIPer in House District 147, Derek Abrams. Raise your hand, wave. So Derek also is a Thurgood Marshall law student. He's just completed his 2nd year. I don't know what his expectations were with coming to the House, but he has definitely learned about long hours and hard work and sleeping in the office and waking up in the office and the chaos of the last month of the session. And I don't know when this is over if he wants to be a legislator, but he understands that it's not about bells and whistles and being in press conferences. He understands the work. and I appreciate him. The constituents of House District 147 appreciate him, and I'm certain that next year he will complete his 3rd year in law school, and he will take over the world either here or somewhere. So thank you, Derek. We really appreciate you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a brief moment to recognize our House District 146 intern, Dylan. I was so happy to have him in our office. He has been an amazing addition to our team. We're going to be so sad when you leave, but it was so nice to have you California, our Texas, for a little bit while you were here. Thank you, Dylan.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani.
Well, I also want to take this opportunity to thank you. Thank you for your interest, for your compassion, for your leadership, and for your dedication. Onwards and upwards. God bless.
Chair recognizes Representative Morales-Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oscar, thank you for being with us this session. You are amazing. You're a leader in your own community, and you came and engaged your skills here at the Texas Capitol, and I hope that you've gained a lot from it. I hope that you'll think of coming back, or that we can meet again in some other project, but I really thank you, and it's been an honor to work for you. And thank all of you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So first, thank you all for being here. I've had a TLIPper in my office every session I've been here. I've gotten to know a lot of you, and you just bring something special to our offices, to this chamber, and a perspective like none of us have, even the ones who have done it before. You bring a fresh, new perspective that's important to all of us. I want to recognize Vedanth on the front row, who's been in my office this session, a great member of our crew. And I'm just extremely grateful, not just for the things that you do, but what you mean to us and the difference that you make in this place. So thank you very much.
Thank you, members. And I have to say one final thing. When you look at those groups, often it's lost on us that our diversity is our strength. And I am so proud of the great diversity that's represented by this TLIP class. So may God continue to bless you, and thank you for everything that you've done for all of our offices. Thank you.
Chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. Clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 1101 by Lujan congratulating Taylor Nunez on the Randolph High School on winning 4 gold medals at the 2025 UIL Track and Field State Meet.
Chair recognizes Representative Lujan.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules to take up and consider H.R. 1101.
Mr. Lujan.
You're good. Just go ahead and
Okay. All
Chair
right.
recognizes Representative Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I have the distinct honor of recognizing, listen to this, one of the greatest high school athletes in Texas history, Miss Taylor Nunez from Randolph High School, who's standing behind me right now on the dais. Thank you for being here. At the 2025 UIL State Meet, Miss Taylor made history winning 4 gold medals at her last track meet. And get this, members, not only did she win the gold medals, but she broke the records on all those. So you know you're good when you break the record on all of them, but get this, you know you're great when the records you break were your own records. That's incredible. That's incredible. This closed out her high school career with a perfect 16 for 16 gold medals, the most ever by any Texas track athlete. And that's just incredible. She broke the records in the long jump, the 100 meters, the 200 meters, and then anchored Randolph's 4x400 relay to secure a 4th straight state championship title for the Randolph Rohawks. Now, talent clearly comes in the family. Her mother, Tamika Nunez, was a 7-time All-American at UTSA, and I want to say to her, Mom, you got some competition ahead of you. Also want to recognize her dad, Lupe Nunez, and her brother Jackson, who are here in the gallery and the right here. Would y'all please stand? Members, Taylor Nunez is now headed to Texas A&M University to continue her athletic career in track and field. Members, please join me in congratulating Taylor on this achievement, and welcome to your state capitol.
Chair recognizes Representative LaHood. No. Representative Jones.
Let me say this, as a person who's won state, what this young lady has done has been phenomenal. I'd actually like to say that based on her medal count, she's actually the greatest athlete that's competed in Texas because she has 16 gold medals. And it is very hard to do. And I spoke with her before she came up here, and she was explaining to me that she literally had 10 minutes to rest. Any of you who've ever done sports knows it's hard to get lactic acid out. She had 10 minutes between one race and the 4x4. And the 4x4 is a hard race. That's 400 meters just one time around the track. And she ran a 52 split. That is incredible. So I just want to congratulate you because you are a rock star and the world is your oyster.
Chair recognizes Representative Lujan.
And the last thing I would like to say is, let's keep her in our prayers. She's planning to be an Olympic athlete in the 2028 Olympics. And so we'll be watching for her.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. For the members on the floor who are representatives of Dallas ISD, I want to invite you to come on up. I wanted to recognize some important people in the gallery today. What a privilege it is for all of us to stand before you and recognize the unwavering dedication, passion, and resilience of the remarkable recipients of the 2025 Dallas Independent School District Educators of the Year Award. We all know that teaching is more than a profession, it's a calling. And it takes a special kind of individual to step into a classroom day after day and pour your heart and soul into shaping young minds. Teachers and principals, they just don't teach lessons, they build character. They foster resilience, and they inspire people to dream. They're the mentors, the guides, the champions of our future leaders. And it is no small task to educate, to uplift, and to instill confidence in students who are still finding their way at such a tender young age. It requires patience, dedication, and an uncompromising belief in every child's potential. Today, we honor those who have not only embraced the responsibility, but have excelled in it. Today, we are honored to be joined by the 2025 DISD Educators of the Year. So if you would please rise when I call your name to be recognized, and if we can hold applause till the end of the recognitions. So, for the 2025 Dallas ISD Educators of the Year, we are joined by Patricia Cortez of the School for the Talented and Gifted in Pleasant Grove. She is the Choice Magnet Teacher of the Year. We have Bernardo Velez Rico of North Dallas High School, Secondary Teacher of the Year. We have Stephanie Amaya of W.H. Adamson High School, Secondary Principal of the Year. Beverly Mullins Ford of Anne Frank Elementary School, who is the Elementary Principal of the Year. Channel Hutchison of New Tech High School at B.F. Darrell, Choice Magnet Principal of the Year. And they are accompanied by the great Dr. Stephanie Elizalde, DISD Superintendent, and my longtime friend, John Delander, who's DISD Chief of Partnerships and Intergovernmental Relations. Let's give this crew a strong welcome to their Texas Capitol and round of applause for their accomplishments. Congratulations to all the honorees. Members of our Dallas delegation, any words?
The chair recognizes Jay Gonzalez of Dallas.
Thank you. I want to give a special shout out to Principal Stephanie Amaya, sit right there. She's a principal at Adamson High School in my district. Her leadership at Adamson High School is marked by a variety of innovative programs which reflect her commitment to providing students with diverse and enriching learning experiences. Clearly, her dedication has not gone unnoticed, but beyond her accolades, her daily interactions, greeting students and staff, fostering an inclusive atmosphere and mentoring aspiring educators underscore her belief in the power of relationships and high expectations. I have personally seen her in action when I had the honor to serve as Principal of the Day at Adamson High School this past year, and I'll say that I was very, very impressed. So thank you for all the work that you do to making sure that our students in HD 104 have a safe learning environment, and congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Chia to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to let you know that these members behind me have your back. We pray for you. We think about you all the time, and your work does not go unnoticed. Thank you to our Dallas ISD Teachers of the Year.
The chair recognizes Rodriguez Ramos for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today to recognize and honor an exemplary public servant, a man whose career has embodied the very best of leadership, integrity, and dedication to community safety. Assistant Chief of Police, Dr. Kobe Pewitt, who is back here with us, who retired this year from the Richardson Police Department after a remarkable career spanning over 28 years. Assistant Chief Pewitt began his journey in law enforcement in 1996, rising through the ranks as a detective, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and ultimately serving with great distinction as assistant chief. His rise through the ranks over a remarkable 3-decade career has demonstrated his unwavering commitment to public service. As a graduate of the FBI National Academy, the ILEA School of Public Supervision, the Law Enforcement Management Institute of Texas Leadership Command College, and the ILEA School of Executive Leadership, Dr. Pewitt holds a doctorate in public affairs and an MBA from the University of Texas at Dallas, in addition to his degree in business administration from UNT. He has generously shared his knowledge as an educator at several institutions, including the Institute for Law Enforcement Administration, Tarleton State University's Master of Public Administration program, and the University of Texas at Tyler. Assistant Chief Pewitt has been a steady and guiding presence in Richardson for nearly 3 decades of service, giving his time to organizations such as the Leadership Richardson Alumni Association Board of Directors as the immediate past president and the president of the Boys and Girls Club of Richardson Advisory Council. He has also been a dedicated volunteer with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. His leadership, integrity, and unwavering commitment to the people he served have left a lasting impact not only in the department, but on our community as a whole. Chief Pewitt I met many years ago. He's a very competitive individual. He wanted to make sure that Richardson competed in the National Night Out competition, a nationwide competition for Category 2 of communities within 100,000 to 300,000 population. And under his leadership, we won the award 3 times. He is very competitive and made sure that the community engaged and was involved, and Representative Button in our offices. I think even Representative Leach joined us many times as well. And under his leadership, Richardson received first in the nation in 2024. Members, please join me and his families in the gallery. Please rise. Mom, Dad, also Richardson natives. Thank you so much for raising such an incredible young man who is now an old man, but I'm just kidding. But he is an amazing individual, and it shows from the parents, amazing parents and family and friends that he has. And friends, I'm going to pass the mic to our other representative who wants to say some words as well.
Chair recognizes Representative Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative, you did a great job, so I don't need to repeat everything you say. I just want to let everybody know what a great pleasure and honor to work with the chief. Yes, you mentioned the National Night Out. That's a major event. We'll participate almost every year. And thank you for making our community strong and safe and full of happiness. Is a good place to live and to work. And Chief, we will miss you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez Ramos to close.
Yes, and I want to just close with this. Chief Pewitt and his family, thank you so much. It's not easy these days serving in enforcement and not knowing if your child is going to come home or if you're going to come home to your family. And those are some of the conversations that Chief Pewitt and I had, and I often asked him, are you scared, are you worried? But I never got that from him because his commitment to our community was so strong and powerful that it seemed like that just didn't even register in his mind because he was so dedicated and is so dedicated to serving. So thank you to the parents, to all of law enforcement, and especially members, please join me in extending our heartfelt congratulations and appreciation to Assistant Chief Kobe Pewitt for his remarkable career of service. Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate, the door of the
Admit the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 5247, Garin, sponsor Schwertner, relating to an alternative cap...
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez Bear for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise to recognize two outstanding environmental leaders from San Antonio, Jane Whedon and Peter Hernandez of the North Gallery. As they rise, we want to wave at them and recognize them. Jane and Peter co-led the city Nature Challenge for the San Antonio metropolitan area, helping our community rank #1 in the nation in 2024 and #2 globally in 2025. That's an incredible accomplishment. Thank you for that and bringing that recognition not only to San Antonio but to Texas. Their work engaged thousands of in documenting over 135 species observations, highlighting San Antonio's incredible biodiversity. Through nature walks, bio blitzes, and public education, they've built a strong network of citizen scientists and environmental stewards. Their leadership has brought national recognition to San Antonio and strengthened our community to conservation. Please join me in welcome Jane and Peter to the House and for their long-lasting contributions to our environmental community. Thank you and welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Harris Zavala for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. Today, I'd like to recognize our newly appointed county judge for Williamson County, Judge Stephen Snell. Judge Snell brings decades of leadership to this position, including a distinguished career in public education, serving as a history teacher, school administrator, and superintendent in districts across Texas. Most recently, he led Liberty Hill ISD through a time of historic growth, overseeing $1 billion in construction projects and earning the title of 2024 Regional Superintendent of the Year. Beyond the school system, Judge Snell has also given back through his work with the Hutto Area Chamber of Commerce, the Lone Star Investment Pool, and the Liberty Hill Economic Development Corporation. And on a personal note, members, I just appreciate his input in the community. Liberty Hill High School has hosted a wonderful time of prayer and worship every year with a group in the community, and he's always present in that time, and I appreciate his just his involvement in the community in events like that, and really his investment in those students in Liberty Hill. And so it's an honor to have Judge Snell, his wife Amy, and his daughter Madison here today with us on the dais. So members, please help me in recognizing them and congratulating them today.
Members, before we move on to the calendar, we're going to move on to the items eligible list that require conference committees. Please excuse Ms. Bowers on a motion by Gervin Hawkins because of an emergency by Gervin Hawkins. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The chair recognizes Representative Capriglione for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on Senate Bill 21.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 21. Capriglione, Chair. Cunningham, Garcia of Dallas, Longoria, Oliverson.
The chair recognizes Representative Morales for a motion.
I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on Senate Bill 1198.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 1198. Morales of Maverick, Chair. Bonin, LaHood, Ordaz, Tepper.
Chair recognizes Representative Ashby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 1405.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 1405. Ashby, Chair. Bernal, Lambert, Martinez-Fisher, Meyer.
The chair recognizes Representative Raymond for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to accept the Senate's request for appointment of a conference committee on Senate Bill 2601.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Following conferees, clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 2601. Guillen, Chair. Lujan, McLaughlin, Munoz, Raymond.
The chair recognizes Representative Gerdes for a motion.
I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 2778.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Following conferees, clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 2778. Lujan, Chair. Bojani, Cortez, Gerdes, Spiller.
The chair recognizes Representative Bell of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments and request the appointment of a conference committee
Chair lays out
on House Bill 2011.
Chair lays out House Bill 2011 with Senate amendments and recognizes Representative Bell of Montgomery to explain Senate amendments.
The Senate amendments had a correction, technical correction still needs to be done. So as soon as we get that done, this will be passed. Thank you. Move pass. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments and request the appointments of a conference committee.
Mr. Bell of Montgomery moves that the House.
No, we're good.
Mr. Bell of Montgomery moves that the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 2011 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion is granted. The following conferees, clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 2011. Bella Montgomery, Chair. Hinojosa, Hunter, Kitzman, Lalani.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 5246 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 5246 with Senate amendments and recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were a number of changes in this legislation made to the relationship between the Space Commission and TARSEC, and I move to refuse to concur with Senate amendments and request the appointment of a conference committee.
Dr. Bonin moves that the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 5246 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is granted. The following conferees, clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 5246. Bonin, Chair. Capriglione, Garcia of Dallas, Harris, Ordaz.
Members, we will shortly begin going on today's calendar. Chair recognizes Representative Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1313 to designate the following members as co-sponsors: Morales Shaw.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Chair lays out on third reading SB 6. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 6 by King, relating to electricity planning and infrastructure costs for large loads.
Chair recognizes Representative Keene to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this Senate Bill 6 deals with the large load influx. I move passage.
Does any member want to wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Keene to close on his bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 6. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. Have all members voted? Show McQueenie voting aye. There being 103 ayes, 25 nays, SB 6 finally passes.
Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2878. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2878 by Hughes, relating to the operation and administration of the practices and procedures related to proceedings in the judicial branch of the state government.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Omnibus Courts Bill that we passed yesterday. I do have a third reading
perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment should be up on your screens. It's pretty self-explanatory. It just relates to the ability of retired judges and certain class of judges to be appointed to certain state commissions and boards, specifically the State Commission on Judicial Conduct. With that, I move adoption of the third reading amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. Have all voted. There being 132 ayes, 1 nay, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move final passage of the Omnibus Courts Bill.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2878. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. LaHood voting aye. Have all voted. Being 132 ayes, 2 nays, Senate Bill 2878 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 13 to designate the following members joint sponsors: Metcalf and Frank.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 13. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 13 by Paxton, relating to school districts' library materials and catalog, the creation of local school library advisory councils and parental rights regarding public school library catalogs, and access by the parent's child to library materials.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 13 until 8 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 30. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 30 by Schwertner, relating to recovery of damages in civil actions.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 30 until 8:01 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SJR 87. The clerk will read the bill.
SJR number 87 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail to persons accused of certain offenses punishable as a felony who have previously been convicted of certain offenses punishable as a felony, or who are related to the bail for certain offenses punishable as a felony at the time of the instant of offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Little for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 87 until 12:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Canales because of important business in the district on a motion of Mr. Manuel. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 7. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 7 by Perry, relating to oversight and financing of certain water infrastructure matters over the jurisdiction of the Texas Water Development Board.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 7 until 8 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 127. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 127 by Hall, relating to the offense of failure to report child abuse or neglect by certain professionals and the statute of limitations for that offense, harmonizing other statute of limitations provisions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Money to explain the bill.
This extends the statute of limitations for failure to report child abuse. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 127. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 136 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 127 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 293. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 293 by Huffman, relating to the discipline of judges by the State Commission on Judicial Conduct, notice of certain reprimands, judicial compensation and related retirement benefits, and the reporting of certain judicial transparency information authorizing administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 293 until 11:45 a.m.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move that House grant permission for the Committee on House Administration to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider pending business, referred and pending. Yes.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on House Administration will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 441. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 441 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to the civil liability for the production, solicitation, disclosure, or promotion of artificial intimate visual material.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani.
Good morning, Speaker, members. This bill was overwhelmingly passed yesterday on the third reading. SB 441 addresses the troubling rise of artificial AI-generated intimate visual image, often known as deepfake. Additionally, this bill complements and builds upon and conforms to the recently enacted federal Take It Down Act signed by President Trump. I have an amendment.
Members, we're waiting on an amendment. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lalani.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani.
Thank you. This amendment provides that individuals or entities who knowingly permit the creation or distribution of non-consensual, explicit deepfake content, including that of children, or fail to remove such content upon request, could also face criminal penalties. This amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
for a question.
Representative Lalani, this rewrites the definition within your bill. I'm trying to see what the difference is. Why are you redefining what this is? I'm trying to see what or could you tell us what the difference is in the definitions between what's in the bill and what's in this amendment?
So the bill also has the civil liabilities. This amendment also added the criminal penalties if they are doing the deepfake stuff.
Is this a different bill? I mean, it's okay if it is. I'm not objecting to it if it is. Is it a bill that has come out of committee?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
The amendment that you're adding on, does it simply rewrite the bill that you have in front of you, or is this adding on something completely, adding on a new thing, like adding on a different bill that's related to the bill that you're working on?
It's related to the bill, but it's adding up on the original bill.
Okay. Is this what you're adding on from a different bill?
I'm not advised.
Okay. I'm sorry, would you mind going through your amendment? Because you're, again, redefining, I mean, this is a 5-page amendment.
This amendment simply is trying to put the individuals or entities who knowingly permit the creation or distribution of non-consensual, explicit, deepfake content, including that of children, or fail to remove such content, that they could face criminal penalties.
I understand, Mr. Lai. I'm not trying to give you a hard time about this. I understand what your bill is trying to do. I'm just trying to understand, because I'm trying to read through this amendment that you just filed. And it is a substantial amendment, and you're rewriting entire passages. Could you go through this section by section and explain what the difference is between your amendment and what's in the bill, please? I'm not trying to give you a hard time with it, but I'm trying to look at this from side, flipping back between the bill itself and the amendment that's on here. I'm trying to understand what the difference is.
So the bill was originally doing also is putting a civil liability on people who are doing it. This amendment also adds the criminal penalties on the top.
You must have caption on there. No, this is this is serious.
Does he have a question, or is he thinking, or is he a question?
That has gone through committee. Bill.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Lalani, I mean no offense.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Would you mind?
Gentleman,
Would you
gentleman
mind?
yields.
I'm sorry.
Do you have some questions?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield, but if you have questions, I can postpone my bill for a few minutes.
Would you please
and
postpone your bill
and we
just for
can
a few
discuss on
minutes?
the side?
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone for further consideration SB 441 until 12:45 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading SB 3059. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 3059 by Campbell relating to the preservation, maintenance, restoration, and protection of the Alamo complex and surrounding area by the Alamo Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is regarding the Alamo Commission.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
The gentleman
for
yields.
questions.
Thank you, Representative Metcalf. I just want to be clear, because a lot was going on yesterday. So I know we're changing the dynamics or the leadership or the organizational of the Alamo, but there was an amendment put on this. So talk to us about where we are today with this. I'm a little confused what that amendment actually did to the bill.
Well, the amendment, I'm sure you could look it up on your computer, but it puts it on track for a 2027 grand opening. And let me check to make sure I have it. It removes the fixed date of September 27 to transition from GLO to Alamo Commission to the bill. Replace September 27 transition date with date to General Land Office determined to the Alamo plan funded through appropriations has been fully completed. Essentially moves transition date to whenever the GLO determines the Alamo plan is completed.
So we're taking it out of the Land Commission. We're creating another commission, independent, where the Lieutenant Gov and the Gov and the Speaker have appointment powers, correct?
And there will be a member from the Texas House and also Texas Senate.
Okay. And so I understand that transfer, but then the amendment, instead of having the grand opening in 2027, we're saying upon completion.
That's correct.
And there is no date associated with that.
That is my understanding of the amendment.
So if we could complete it earlier, we could have the grand opening and the transition can occur. If we finish later, we can have the grand opening and the grand opening then.
So it appears to me.
Do I have a complete understanding of it, Representative?
I believe you are correct.
Thank you for answering my questions.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it.
Yeah, members, we do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kane.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, yesterday you would have seen an amendment that got put on that would allow the governor to have discussions with the correct officials in Mexico to bring the Alamo flag so it could be displayed on loan in the Alamo. What this would do, you may never heard of it, but it's the first Texas Declaration of Independence. It was from 1813. A San Antonio historian helped rediscover it in 2019. There's only one known copy in existence, and it's in Mexico City. This would allow the state of Texas to enter into discussions with them to allow it to be brought to Texas and put on loan and display at the Alamo so that people can see it. It's a great idea, I agree. Thank you, Mr. Gertz. And so with that, and by the way, it's only in Spanish. The original version was done in English and Spanish, but the only copy remaining in existence is in Spanish. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
So you're saying the first independence document for Texas, that would mean Texas from Spain?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. It's pretty neat. So no one had ever actually even seen the document. So after we attempted to declare independence from Spain then in 1813, a few weeks later was the Battle of Medina, the bloodiest battle of the War of Independence. 800 men all died. In fact, historians don't even know where it took place because everything's gone. But people they knew we declared independence, but no one could find the document. And it was discovered in part by a San Antonio historian who sent someone down to Mexico and found it, translated the document in both the original Spanish and English, and then in 2019, for the first time ever, the words were actually spoken for over 200 years. A unique thing is Eddie Rodriguez in 2013 actually did a resolution on this, which actually inspired researchers to even go find it. So it's kind of unique on that, and we thought, hey, let's let the world and the people of Texas get to look at this document.
So your amendment would work with this commission to bring this document to Texas?
Yes, it's, that's for our dignitaries to work out with the other country, but it would allow that to come and remain preserved and protected on loan. Right? The title won't be transferred, but to be displayed there at the Alamo. Because right now, my understanding is it's in an archive box, in an archive center in Mexico. They're not displaying it either.
Thank you so much for doing this work, and I'm really curious to read it when I get a chance. Thank you.
You got it.
Mr. Speaker? Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a quick question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman.
Thank you, Representative Kane, for bringing this up and for asking me to join you. You said my predecessor, Eddie Rodriguez, brought this to your
Yes,
attention.
you were the first person I needed to sign on to this, just to honor him.
And it's a very important document. We need to understand the true history of Texas, the complete history, I should say, of Texas. And a lot of my ancestors were here at the time when, Tejas and Tejanos were fighting for independence from a centralized government that was not meeting their needs. So I appreciate what you've done. And Mr. Chairman, I am so sorry that this was a last-minute sneak, but it's a really amazing piece of work, and I have had a chance to read it, and it's an amazing document. So thank you so much for sharing and for asking me to join you in this.
Yeah, thank you. So with this, guys, look, there are 30-plus employees over there at the Alamo from the GLO that have been working hard on this master plan that began with Commissioner Roberts. Go ahead. They're asking me to move adoption. But anyways, let's move adoption.
Mr. Kane sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye, Mr. Kane voting aye, Mr. Metcalf voting aye, Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye, Ms. Morales Shaw voting aye, Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all voted. There being 138 ayes, 2 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a couple of quick questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Metcalf, wanted to thank you, first of all, for talking to me about the bill. You may be aware that I'm the representative that represents the Alamo in this body, right? And I know that one of the positions on the new commission is for a member of the House,
That's
right?
correct.
It would make logical sense then that the representative who represents the Alamo would be one of the appointees on that commission. Do you agree? In all seriousness, one of the things that I was most concerned about with this transition, this proposed transition, was that in terms of the functioning of the Alamo, the maintenance of the Alamo, the operations of the Alamo, there are lots of people who work there, lots of people who are from San Antonio, and that is their job. And my main concern was that the transition or the new commission or oversight wouldn't affect those full-time employees. Because as the person who represents the area, those are jobs that I'm primarily responsible for. And I just want to make clear that after asking, and I appreciate you asking, the response you got was that this should not affect those employees, whether it's now or the transition in the future, that those jobs are secure. Is that right?
That's great. And I appreciate Representative Bernal for our conversations over the past couple weeks now about this bill, and appreciate your dialogue and helping clarify that. So
I
thank you
appreciate
very
you.
much. Thank you for your leadership.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 3059. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye, Mr. Metcalf voting aye, Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye, Mr. Busey voting nay, Mr. Bernal voting aye. Have all voted. Being 117 ayes, 21 nays, SB 3059 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 57. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 57 by Zapparini relating to provisions and plans by public schools to ensure the safety of individuals with disabilities or impairments during a mandatory school drill or a disaster or emergency situation.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in an emergency situation, we need to make sure our kids with special needs, our special ed kids, have a plan to get out of emergency situations. So this bill by Zaffarini is critical to protecting our little kiddos. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 57. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 107 ayes, 31 nays, SB 57 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading. SB 512, the clerk will read the bill.
SB number 512 by Colcourse relating to prohibiting the imposition of a monetary fine or penalty for a violation of a money services businesses terms of service agreements providing civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that says a money transmission licensee cannot take money out of your account unless you actually buy something. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 512. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, SB 512 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1718. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1718 by Sparks relating to the eligibility of the National Rifle Association's annual meetings and exhibits or other annual event of the National Rifle Association for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill adds the NRA's annual meetings and events and
Speaker?
exhibits to the eligibility of
Ms.
the
Howard, for what
MERP
purpose?
program.
Would the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman go for questions?
Yes.
Thank you,
The
Representative
gentleman.
Guillen. You know, I don't know if I heard much discussion about this yesterday because I think a lot of the amendments got killed. But I still don't understand why it would be appropriate to add a political organization to a list that primarily has things like the Academy of Country Music, the Bass Anglers Sportsman Society, it's ESPN and football and baseball and soccer and all of those things. Why is this an appropriate thing to add? I'm still trying to understand that.
It also has the Democrat National Committee and the Republican National Committee, National Convention, I'm sorry, and also has the presidential general election debate. So there are already in statute some political events as well.
Would you not agree, though, that the debate means that you have both sides represented, and that if you have the Democratic and the Republican national conventions, that you have both sides represented? If you just have one side of a political issue being able to access these funds, then that's not really in line with how this has been used up to this point in time. Would you not agree?
I disagree. I think this is a program that's meant to bring.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I think this is a program that's meant to bring tourism to Texas, and
Right.
and this certainly would.
Well, and I agree that that's what the purpose of this program is. I just wonder if this is not setting up a precedent for then having just any political organization on any issue whatsoever be able to benefit from taxpayer dollars here to be a part of this fund, because they might be able to come here and use our hotels and eat at our restaurants, which is what we want. But we start getting into a slippery slope here of favoritism to one particular political organization over another without the balance. And I believe as you pointed out, we do have the Republican and the Democratic National Conventions, but that means we have both sides represented. Just the same with the debates. In this case, we'd be giving a favorable
advantage with tax dollars to one side of a particular issue that is one we debate in this House regularly.
Let me point out that the money that goes to these events
Yes.
comes directly from those events, from the taxes generated from those events.
Right, but
And-
that's still, those taxes are taxes that would be going into our government, would be helping our constituents get the services that they need through the dollars that are contributed to our tax base, would they not?
If you don't have the event coming to Texas, then you wouldn't get that benefit. Nobody would get the benefit. The
And I-
restaurateurs,
yeah.
the hotels and the retail in that area would not have any benefit at that point.
I appreciate that. I see this as really taking us in a different direction, that this was, I don't believe, was the intention of this fund. This fund was meant for things like sporting events and car races and country music events and that sort of thing, and not for political advertising, if you will.
Well, we will agree to disagree.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Guillen. I wanted to make sure that you were aware of a few things so that we could understand what we're actually doing when we support your bill. Are you aware that in August of 2020, the New York Attorney General filed a lawsuit against the NRA accusing the organization of using millions from its reserves for personal use and tax fraud? Are you aware of that?
Not advised.
Are you aware that in February of 2024, a Manhattan jury ruled that NRA leaders had engaged in a year-long pattern of financial misconduct and corruption? The jury found that the group's former leader, Wayne LaPierre, had used NRA funds to pay for personal expenses, including vacations, luxury flights, yacht rides, and two other top executives have failed in their duties to the nonprofit organization. Are you aware of that?
Was not advised.
Are you aware that the NRA filed bankruptcy?
No, I wasn't.
Are you aware that because of misleading information, a federal judge dismissed the bankruptcy, ruling that the gun rights group had not filed the case in good faith? Are you aware of that?
No, sir.
Are you aware that the NRA has routinely opposed raise the age, closing the gun show loopholes, red flag laws? Are you aware that they have done that, Mr. Chairman?
I was not aware of it, no.
Well, I think it's important before we move to support your bill that we are aware that the NRA has routinely went against any kind of common sense gun reform legislation. They went against the overwhelming majority of the citizens of this state when it comes to raising the age, even after Uvalde, as we just not celebrated, but recognized the anniversary of the 21 people killed. And so I find it very offensive that we are trying to do something for the National Rifle Association when they have not done anything to help the overwhelming majority of the citizens of this state when it comes to just simple common sense gun reform legislation, including raise the age, closing the gun show loophole, or red flag laws. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for
a
questions?
question?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Guillen, are you aware that as we are you're trying to pass this bill here in the House, there are two bills there is a bill languishing in the Senate that grants the two programs, legitimate programs, like the Federation of International Automobile Racing, World Cup Racing, that brings in, it has a potential of bringing way more money. It's already doing that, and now it's eligible for receiving MERP funds. Are you aware that that program and also the South by Southwest program that is in Austin that brings in so many visitors here is now languishing in the Senate committee because they refuse to set our bill and get it out of the Senate? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that both of those bills passed out of the House.
Yes, the House here approved those programs, and we supported those because they are the legitimate uses.
Gentleman's time has
and the
expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1718 until 8 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Is Ms. Button on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Ms. Button for a motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all the rules and authorize additional joint and co-sponsors to suspend the House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 140 to designate the following members as the joint sponsors: Spiller, Button.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 140. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 140 by Hall, relating to the definition of telephone call for purposes of regulating telephone solicitations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You can tell the seriousness of a particular legislator when they're moved to tears by bills related to telephony. This is one such those bills. I want to address an issue that has nothing to do with partisanship and instead will allow you to be congratulated by your constituents on a regular basis. This bill seeks to reduce the number of unwanted texts and telephone calls that you will receive from unwanted people. Thank you, Senator Hall, for bringing this bill. Let's get this out with unanimity. No more of these unwanted texts on your phones. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 140. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show there being 136 ayes, 0 nays. SB 140 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 2055. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2055 by West, relating to participation in the Texas Leadership Scholars Program.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2055 is a cleanup bill for Texas Leadership Scholars Program, which was passed into law last session. This bill clarifies the legislative intent that all higher education institutions are eligible for the Texas Leadership Scholarship Program. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2055. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted. Being 129 ayes, 11 nays, SB 2055 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 2075. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2075 by Zaffarini relating to the establishment, powers, and duties, terms, and governance of certain advisory bodies for programs administered by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2075 established a uniform framework for how the advisory boards are created and governed at TDLR. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2075. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. There being 96 ayes, 46 nays, SB 2075 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 2018. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2018 by Paxton relating to the Strong Families Credit against certain taxes for entities that contribute to certain organizations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, and exactly what he said, strong family credit, and I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
You can postpone it. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone SB 2018 to a time certain, 10 a.m. Wednesday morning, May 28th.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1534 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Lalani.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1534. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1534 by Zaffarini relating to a study and report by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board regarding health physics education in this state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a study to address workforce development in the growing fields of nuclear energy. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Lambert, I know we blasted through this bill kind of fast yesterday. Could you give us just a little bit more of an explanation of what exactly this report's looking for and why it's looking for it?
Yes, sir, Representative Wu. This study would be conducted by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and would look at areas of nuclear energy, the things that health physics, field related to protecting persons and the environment from radiation exposure via risk assessments, safety protocols, and regulatory compliance. As our Texas industry and nuclear energy continues to grow and expand, we need to produce more graduates and more interest in going into these fields to make sure that we have the workforce to support this growing industry.
Is the ultimate objective of this is to create a new degree plan or a new curriculum?
I think the study would give us an idea as to kind of where we are in terms of these types of programs and the type of graduate programs or undergraduate programs that are available in the state, and would make recommendations as to how we can continue to grow those programs.
Thank you very much. I think nuclear power is something that's very important to the future of the state. When do you expect the results of this to be returned, and when should we expect schools to start working on a degree program?
I think the study would be happening during the interim period, and we would have results before the next legislative session.
Thank you very much. This is a great bill.
Thank you, Representative. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1534. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all voted. Being 90 ayes, 51 nays, Senate Bill 1534 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1567. The clerk will read the bill.
Well, hey, that wasn't me. I don't know. Oh, hi, sir. Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Kane,
Speaker.
for what purpose?
Yeah, I've got a question. I'm noticing we've got a lot of members postponing bills. Is there a reason for that?
Chair is not advised.
Okay. My understanding is members are postponing so we don't slow the calendar down. So Republicans are having to postpone them, but we have no problem passing bills by the other party. That's all.
Is that a
Thanks, sir.
question? Chair lays out on third reading SB 1567. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1567 by Betancourt relating to the authority of home rule municipalities to regulate the occupancy of dwelling units.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1567 until 8 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SB 785. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 785 by Flores relating the regulation of the new HUD code manufactured housing.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This makes an important step toward addressing the challenge of housing affordability and move final passage.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Guillen.
would the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The
Mr.
gentleman
Guillen,
yields.
you went through that very quickly and mumbled into the microphone. Could you explain exactly what your bill does?
The bill creates specific authority for cities related to zoning for new construction HUD code manufactured housing.
What is the change that you're making?
It, well, in some parts of the state, zoning rules make it nearly impossible to install a new HUD code compliant manufactured home, even though these homes are built to strict federal safety standards and offer a reliable and affordable path to home ownership. This bill ensures that municipalities must allow the installation of new HUD code manufactured homes in at least one residential zoning classification within their boundaries. That gives working families more housing options without dismantling local control.
Can you explain what your second reading amendment did? We went through it really fast last night.
Yeah. 3 sections. One, it moved 2025 to 2026. It also put in this, it struck lines 17 through 27 and instead put shall ensure at least one of the residential zoning classifications or districts described by subdivision.
So you pushed back the implementation dates to give cities more time, and you struck some of the requirements, correct?
Right.
Thank you very much.
Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 785. So record vote to clerk read the bill. Have all members voted? Should Ms. Paris voting aye? Should Mr. Metcalf voting aye? Should Mr. Buckley voting aye? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes, 41 nays, Senate Bill 785 finally passed. The chair recognizes Mr. Van Deven for motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1233 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Leach, as co-sponsors, Keith Bell and Dean.
Members, for the motion is objection to adoption of the motion. Chair is in. The motion is adopted. Chair lays on third reading Senate Bill 1233. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1233 by Hancock relating to information regarding perinatal palliative care, creating an administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1233 until 8 a.m. Wednesday morning, May 28th.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection to adoption of the motion. Chair is in. The motion is adopted. Chair lays on third reading Senate Bill 1580. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1580 by Blanco relating to the composition of the governing body of a local mental health authority.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Deven for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1580 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection to adoption of the motion. Chair is in. The motion is adopted. Chair lays it on third reading Senate Bill 1663. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1663 by Zaffarini relating to notification procedures concerning groundwater contamination.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion. Wait. Withdraw. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, This ensures Texans, especially those in rural areas using private wells, receive timely notice when groundwater contamination is detected nearby and move final passage.
Members, question cards on final passage of Senate Bill 1663. Is the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Show Mr. Kane voting nay. Ms. Garcia of Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 111 ayes, 29 nays, Senate Bill 1663 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 413. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 413 by Middleton relating to meetings of the boards of trustees of independent school districts.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 413 until 8 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is on the motion is adopted. Chair lays it on third reading Senate Bill 447. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 447 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to authorizing certain municipalities to change the date on which their general election for officers is held.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick.
Thank you, members. This bill will authorize certain political subdivisions to change the date of their general elections from May to November. It's permissive, and there's a date certain by which they need to do it. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 447. This is the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morales of Maverick voting aye. Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 447 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading. Senate Bill 519. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 519 by Middleton relating to the creation of a grant program to promote educational engagement with Texas history.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration SB 519 until 7 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is on the motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry. I was unable
State
to
your
hear.
inquiry.
Thank you. I was unable to hear. When was that bill postponed to?
10 a.m. tomorrow.
10 a.m. tomorrow. This keeps happening, sir, that Republican bills are being postponed.
7 a.m.
Don't we have 88 members in this
Correction,
body?
7 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't understand why we're worried about Republican bills dying in a Republican-controlled chamber. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
If a member moves to postpone his bill to a time certain, if a member objects, could we call for a record vote on every one of those opportunities to move the bill?
Yes. Chair lays it on third reading. Senate Bill 467. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 467 by Paxton relating to the reappraisal for ad valorem taxation purposes of real property on which a building completely destroyed by a casualty is located.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
This is a bill about property tax relief for a homeowner whose home's destroyed by fire. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 467. This is the record vote. The clerk will read the bill.
No, you don't, Shelley.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 467 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading. Senate Bill 1579. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1579 by Blanco relating to the appointment of a receiver for and sale or acquisition by eminent domain of certain parcels of land that are abandoned, unoccupied, and undeveloped in certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a purely local bill that will solve a local problem for our local community only in El Paso, in Socorro, Texas. Purely local bill. Yes, James Frank, it is a local bill. Thank you. And no fiscal note. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1579, which is apparently a local bill. The clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes, 55 nays, Senate Bill 1579 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading. Senate Bill 1191. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1191 by Creighton relating to the development of a standard method of computing a student's high school grade point average.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris-Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1191 standardizes GPA calculations in high schools to help students pursuing workforce-focused or locally available dual credit courses to expand their access to college admissions and scholarship opportunities.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Villalobos, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Lady yield for questions.
I do.
Lady yields.
I just want to clarify, your bill does two things. First is it sets a GPA standard across the state, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Second thing, it makes all dual credit, honors, AP, IB courses equal in weight as well?
Yes, towards your GPA. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I feel like there's some unintended consequences with that second part. If someone were to take a chemistry class that is generic and another person were to take one that is math-based, they would have the same exact weight with your bill. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, if one of those courses was AP, one of them was dual credit, that is true, but there's a lot more that will go into the calculations aside from your GPA and the opportunities allowed to you in high school once you graduate. And the goal of this legislation is just to make sure that a student is not disincentivized from taking a dual enrollment course because it won't calculate towards their GPA as high as an AP or IB course. So, for example, if there's a school district that doesn't have a teacher that can teach an AP or an IB course, we want to make sure that those students, if they only have dual enrollment opportunities in their district, that they're allowed, that those classes still weight the same towards their GPA.
If a student on the cosmetology pathway took dual credit courses, received all A's, and a student on a pre-law pathway received all A's, would those classes equal out with this bill?
Yeah, if the cosmetology courses were included in the dual enrollment umbrella, then yes, they would.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Move passage.
Ms. Jones
Mr.
for
Speaker?
Harris for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentlelady yield for
Lady,
a
you
question?
for questions.
I do.
Lady yields.
So, gentlelady,
Yes, yes,
if
ma'am.
I take AP Calculus
Uh-huh.
and you take Home Ec,
yes,
and I get an A and you get an A, is your A worth the same as mine even though my AP Calculus has more rigor?
From my understanding, your home ec course is not a dual enrollment course, but let me explain another facet of this. Schools have the ability to look at GPA rankings and they can calculate them based on all sorts of different things. So for example, they'll look at the student, and if the student has taken several AP courses, they can weight their GPA higher. If a student has taken, you know, one or two dual enrollment classes, then the school district still has power to rank your GPA higher based on other factors.
So let me go back. So I'm not going to use Home Ec. What
Yeah.
if I take AP Calculus
Okay.
and you take geometry?
Yes,
Seems
ma'am.
like I remember when I was in high school, geometry is what everybody ended
Yeah.
up having to take before they graduated.
Right.
And I happen to take AP Calculus. If
Mhm.
I take AP Calculus and you take regular geometry, is my A in AP Calculus the same as your geometry? Is it the same weighted value for GPA?
Right. It still depends on what grades you get in those courses, but yes, when you're looking at calculating your GPA, it would rank the same.
I'm just gonna ask one more time. I just want to
Yeah,
yes
yeah,
or no.
go for it,
So
go
my
for it.
my
I'm
four,
sorry
my,
I'm not explaining
my,
it better.
my A in AP Calculus
Yes.
and your A in geometry
Yes.
are weighted the same, even though I took an AP Calculus class.
For those specific classes, if they're just looking at those two classes that those each students took, then yes, they would be. Sorry, does that not answer your question?
Well, I mean, it does, but it just sort of makes me think like, okay, Johnny took woodshop and I took calculus, and Johnny's the valedictorian. That's my
Okay,
concern.
well, and I'm glad you brought that up. So when schools are looking at, you know, who to pick, valedictorian, salutatorian, there is a lot more to it than the GPA rankings. I looked into this myself because I wanted to make sure that this wouldn't change any of that, and it won't change any of that. What we're looking at with this bill is we want to make sure that if a student wants to go into a trade school and they're taking those dual enrollment courses, those dual enrollment courses that they're taking for trade school will weight equally to their GPA so that they have opportunities for scholarships and possibly other education opportunities they wouldn't be afforded right now.
And I don't disagree with that, but
Yeah.
I think there's a disincentive for people to take harder classes with more rigor, because someone who takes something with less rigor might get an A, maybe I'll get a B in AP Calculus, and then they end up having a higher GPA than me. So the safest course for me to do is to dumb down my course load to make sure that I have the highest GPA, and I think that disincentivizes taking hard classes with rigor to get you in some of the elite schools. But thank you.
Well, and thank you. I appreciate your questions. There are a lot more benefits still to taking AP courses and IB courses, especially for IB courses. A lot of students take those because those will apply credits towards international universities. So there's still, and when you are, applying to colleges, they'll look and they'll see how many AP courses did you take, how many IB courses did you take, how many dual enrollment courses did you take. So there's still a lot of visibility on the students and the rigor that they chose to take in high school.
So I understand that. I used to sit on a school board.
Yeah.
In fact, I worked very hard to get Yates High School to be an IB, to have an IB program.
That's awesome.
And my Hayes school in District 4 in HISD was an IB. So I understand the importance. I just think it discourages people from taking harder courses. And I absolutely want for there to be IB, and I want for there to be dual credit because it saves the cost of college.
Yes.
I'm just concerned that it'll affect salutatorian and valedictorian, and that's valuable in getting into really prestigious universities.
Yes, and again, I specifically looked into those concerns, and it won't. So I'll give you that confidence. Thank you. Move passage. Or not.
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Lady yield for questions.
I do.
I think it's fair to say that a lot of people are hearing about this bill for the very first time right now. So let's back up for a minute, and why don't you explain? You're getting lots of different scenarios, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of which I personally don't understand.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the why. Why are we doing this, and why is it necessary, according to you?
Absolutely. So we're kind of seeing an increase in students choosing trade school in this state, right? I think we've all seen that. And so the rankings for GPAs has started to change with high schools. So some high schools have recognized that if a student is choosing a trade pathway, a lot of those schools are going to be, those classes will be, a lot of them dual enrollment with universities like TSDC or other trade schools, but those classes are not always equally applied towards your GPA. And so if a student is looking at which classes to choose, and they do want to choose that trade pathway, but they're worried that it's going to impact their GPA, which will then impact their scholarship opportunities, they may not choose the dual enrollment, and so they may choose a different career path. So we're trying to help those students. We're also trying to help students who are wanting to kind of rack up those college courses, but again, who may be concerned that those courses won't help their GPA, they won't then have better scholarship opportunities.
Is it safe to say that career-wise, higher education-wise, that someone who's taking AP Calculus, Advanced Geometry, obviously I don't know what it's called because I didn't take it,
It's all good.
and let's say one of the trade classes or pathways, that when they finish high school, they'd be going to different places.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
So then I guess the question would be, why would we need to change their GPA so they can compete for the same scholarships?
So it's different scholarship opportunities. So I looked that up as well. There are different scholarships, and I don't think I've got my list with me, but I did look that up. There are different scholarship opportunities that even, for students pursuing that trade school opportunity, they still would need a higher GPA. And I can get you the list of the scholarships. I just don't happen to have it in front of
Do
me.
you think that it creates a disincentive to take advanced academic coursework so that you could take other courses that, let's say, are more trade-based in order to inflate one's GPA? Because then you're standing on the same ground academically when you're applying for academic scholarships, let's say to the same school, to UT Austin or Texas A&M.
Yeah. I don't think that's a concern because, for example, when I applied to my master's degree program at UT, they go through a lot more than just your GPA. So they'll look at courses. I had to explain the courses that I took even in my undergrad, and I think that's true for high school where they'll evaluate that and they'll look at more than just.
Lady's time has expired.
Okay. Okay. Postpone it. Yeah. Okay. Postpone it. Oh, that's okay. I mean, what? Yeah. Okay. All right. Move passage.
Members, question, occurs on final passage. What? Members, final question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1191. So the record, vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting nay, Mr. Alders voting aye, Mr. Rameau voting nay, Mr. Harless voting aye, Mr. Little voting aye, Ms. Troxclair voting aye, Mr. Hopper voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Hull voting. Okay. Have all members voted? There being 50 ayes and 84 nays, Senate Bill 1191 fails to pass. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 1021. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1021 by Huffman relating to changing the eligibility for community supervision of a person convicted of stalking.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this bill just answers the penalty for people who stalk. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1021. The clerk will read the bell. Record vote. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Ms. Perez voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1021 finally passed. The chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 1838. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1838 by Zaffarini relating to the appointment of attorneys ad litem and the compensation of certain attorneys ad litem in suits affecting the parent-child relationship filed by a governmental entity.
Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Hey, what's up, homies? This bill we took up a little bit late yesterday, or it may have been early this morning. I can't recall at this time. This has to do with the appointment of attorneys to represent folks in these family law matters. So we expand the appointment authority, but then we also make sure that if the parent is able to pay, then they're going to carry the burden there. If it's truly an indigent situation, then the county that case sits in is going to be able to create a uniform fee schedule for the reimbursement of those attorneys' fees. I move final passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1838. So record vote, the clerk will read the bell. Mr. Little voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. De Ayala walking chewing gum. Voting aye. All members voted. There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1838 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 2807. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2807 by Hagenby relating to the considerations when determining whether an operator of a motor vehicle is an employee of a motor carrier or independent contractor.
Chair recognizes Mr. Curry for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 2807 until 7:30 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, Mr. Curry makes a motion to postpone. There has been objection. All in favor, vote aye. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Ms. Rodriguez Ramos, she's already voted. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes, 52 nays, the motion to postpone carries. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 2835. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2835 by Johnson relating to the regulation of stairway requirements in certain multifamily residential buildings by political subdivisions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, everything is way too expensive. Groceries, gas, childcare, insurance. But the most expensive thing, the thing that takes up the biggest part of our monthly budgets, is housing. It's economics 101. There is a lot of demand and not enough supply, and that drives up prices.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails. Mr. Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that drives up prices. So why can't we just build more housing? The answer is red tape, outdated and unnecessary regulations. Government has become too obsessed with process and paperwork rather than building and delivering for people. And to be very honest, a lot of folks in my own party, the Democratic Party, have not been willing to do anything about it. And so there is even a regulation on our books that says to build a housing complex, you have to have 2 staircases, even though Nearly every other country around the world builds single-stair housing. So my bill will finally allow single-stair housing in Texas, allowing us to increase supply and drive down prices. This bill gives Texas the freedom to build and families the freedom to buy. Texas is the fastest growing state in the union. Nearly 1,000 people move here every day. We cannot keep up with 21st century growth with 20th century rules. Last thing I'll say, members, is everything is bigger in Texas. Our hopes, our ambitions, our dreams. In Texas, we go big or go home. So members, let's pass this bill. Let's go big so more Texans can afford a home. Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2835. This is record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Speaker Craddock voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all voted. There being 81 ayes, 57 nays, Senate Bill 2835 is finally passed.
Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 546. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 546 by Menendez relating to seatbelts on buses that transport children.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock.
Mr. Speaker, members, what this is, the bill we passed yesterday, and what it does, it allows us to study on seatbelts on school buses. We did this back a couple years ago, but we never did get anything set up and that was done there, so it's time to move it on.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield?
Will the Speaker yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Speaker yield.
Thank you, Speaker Craddock. Thank you for doing this, and I hope that everybody recognizes how important this is. And you're right, we've been building upon this, have we not, for quite a few sessions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the fact is that we have not provided the funding to make sure that the districts can do this. I mean, I know that we actually provided funding at one point, did we not, for seat belts, but we didn't provide for the installation or for the buses. It was just you had to go buy a seat belt. Did you know that?
No, but we need to do that next session, I guess.
But we do know that there have been many tragedies of children
I agree with that.
on
Dawn.
these school buses who have lost their lives. And I know that Speaker Phelan got some legislation passed several sessions ago to
That's
address
correct.
this as well. This is what you're doing here. I think you had it on local and consent, did you not?
I'm sorry?
Did you not have this on local and consent?
It was knocked off.
Right. Well, it is, sorry it didn't pass then. I hope it passes now. This is something we need to be doing for our children. I hope we fund it, but thank you for bringing this legislation.
Thanks very much. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 546. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Speaker Craddock voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 38 nays, Senate Bill 546 finally passes. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB number 108, HB number 201, HB number 272, HB number 551, HB number 621, HB number 1661, HB number 2073, HB number 2253, HB number 2294, HB number 2306, HB number 2593, HB number 2674, HB number 2761, HB number 3010, HB number 3151, HB number 3159, HB number 3254, HB number 3298, HB number 3284, HB number 3928, HB number 3940, HB number 4063, HB number 4281, HB number 4454, HB number 4666, HB number 4743, HB number 5308, HB number 5394, HCR number 108, HCR number 118.
Chair lays that on third reading, Senate Bill 2121. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2121 by Johnson, relating to the regulation of certain business entities that act as data brokers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration Senate Bill 2121 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May the 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Objection has been received. Members, the record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes, 27 nays, the motion to postpone prevails. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 2167. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2167 by Paxton relating to the licensing and regulation of massage therapy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's continue to crack down on human trafficking at massage parlors. There is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson.
I told you I was coming for the pimps. Well, I'm ready for them. I'm going to take their money.
All right.
And I'm going to give it to the people that they've been running over.
Yes.
That's what this amendment's going to do.
All right.
And where they are located, we're going to take their money, and we're going to make sure that the people that they've been trampling upon are going to be benefiting from it. I move passage.
Dean Thompson sends up an amendment against the pimps. The amendment is acceptable to Mr. Bumgarner. A regular vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. There being 139 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, do not support the pimps. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2167. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 2167 finally passes. Mr. Leach moves to reduce the writing. Dean Thompson's remarks on the last amendment. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays that on third reading, Senate Bill 2024. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2024 by Perry relating to a prohibition on marketing, advertising, or selling certain e-cigarette products, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 2024 until 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 20.
Members, Mr. Leach makes a motion. There is objection. There is a record vote requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 24 nays, the motion to postpone prevails. Chair lays that on third reading. Senate Bill 1032. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1032 by Colcourse relating to participation in the Governor's University Research Initiative.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1032 allows some of our great private institutions like Baylor and Rice to participate in the Governor's University Research Initiative, and with that, I move final passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1032. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 37 nays, Senate Bill 1032 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading. Senate Bill 1049. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1049 by King relating to excused absences from public school for the purpose of attending a release time course.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1049 will ensure that Texas school districts have a framework for allowing voluntary religious education outside of schools. I move passage.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
We can discuss it tomorrow. I'm going to move.
The gentleman does not yield at this time. Chair recognizes Mr. Frank for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1049 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair hears objection. All members in favor vote aye. All opposed vote nay. Record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes, 34 nays, the motion to postpone prevails. Chair lays that on third reading, Senate Bill 1266. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1266 by Alvarado relating to Medicaid provider enrollment and credentialing processes.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull, Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this ensures that Medicaid providers have assistance within HHSC for enrollment and re-enrollment processes. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the lady yield for a few questions?
Lady yield for questions.
For tomorrow.
Not at this time. Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1266. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Oops, hold. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against? Chair recognizes Ms. Hull for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1266 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Ms. Hull makes a motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? There is objection. Record vote requested. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 30 nays, the motion to postpone prevails. Chair lays that on third reading, Senate Bill 1400. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1400 by Cole Course relating to measurable outcomes for certain transfer students for performance tier funding under the Public Junior College State Finance Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone for further consideration of Senate Bill 1400 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair has none. And the motion is adopted. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 1302. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1302 by Cole Course relating to eligibility for a general permit to discharge waste into adjacent to waters in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery for a motion.
Cleans up discharge process, move passage.
Mr. Bell, you were recognized for a motion. Do you withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery on the bill.
Okay, then I'll come back to my motion. If we're going to stop. If we move passage, then we'll move passage.
Members.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions? The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery. Not this time. The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery for a motion now.
Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1302 until 6:30 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? There is objection. Is there a record vote requested? Record vote requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes, 29 nays, the motion to postpone prevails. The chair lays that on third reading, Senate Bill 401. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 401 by Paxton relating to the participation by non-enrolled students in the University Interscholastic League sponsored activities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
SB 401 provides more opportunities for over 700,000 Texas kids and opportunities for Texas ISDs to serve those kids. Happily move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 401. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 35 nays, Senate Bill 401 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1596. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1596 by Hagan View, relating to the prohibition on short barrel firearms.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1596 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Mr. Hayes makes a motion to postpone. Is there objection? There is objection. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes, 26 nays, the motion to postpone prevails. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it proper decorum, proper protocol for members to give a brief explanation of what their bill does, what it changes, what effect they expect it to have, and the goals of their legislation? Is that 2 or 3 minute explanation of each bill? Is that the proper decorum?
Without answering the question as to duration, the other answer to the question is yes.
Thank you very much. I hope that members
Thank you,
do
Mr.
that.
Wu. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1281. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1281 by Parker, relating to certain theft offenses involving mail or a mail receptacle, key, or lock, creating a criminal offense, increasing a criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Alders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1281 cracks down on organized theft of checks and goes after organized crime. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1281. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted now? Show Mr. Hopper voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes, 44 nays, Senate Bill 1281 finally passes.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it proper decorum and protocol for the explanation of the bill to include what the change in the law is that you're proposing?
Mr. Wu, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Is it?
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Within the protocols of the House and the decorum of the House, is it proper for a member to properly explain what their bill does, including what the change in a law actually is that their bill proposes?
Mr. Wu, that is not a proper parliamentary
Thank you
inquiry.
very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1242. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1242 by Birdwell, relating to the acquisition of land and facilities by the Texas State Technical College System.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1242 corrects an oversight by amending Section 135.02 in the Education Code, which removes an outdated provision requiring Texas Higher Education Coordination Board to review of Texas State Technical College land acquisitions. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1242. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1242 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1343. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1343 by Johnson, relating to the notice requirements of a data broker registration statement and internet website.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris-Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1343 updates a law passed last session, SB 2105, by requiring data brokers with websites or apps to clearly inform consumers how to access their data privacy rights under the Texas Data Privacy and Security Act, which was also passed last session, HB 4, through prominently posting clear instructions on how consumers can exercise their personal data rights. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1343. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1343 finally passes.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Ward Johnson, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Are you aware that I'm a freshman?
While that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry, the chair is so advised.
Are you aware that I'm still trying to learn?
Ms. Ward Johnson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Are you aware that I'm still trying to learn?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry, but that sounds good.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Ward Johnson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it proper protocol or decorum for you to ask a member a question about their bill and then they not answer and then postpone it?
Ms. Ward Johnson, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Ward Johnson. Chair lays out on third reading. Senate Bill 1346. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1346 by Hughes, relating to prohibited sales to persons attempting to purchase all possible winning tickets in a lottery drawing.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. T, this bill's for you. I can't get your money back from that scam lottery, but we're going to pass this bill to make sure that scams don't happen in the lottery again. What this bill does is it stops and prohibits people from attempting to purchase all the combinations of the lottery at one time, the millions and tens of millions of dollars that they spend purchasing lottery tickets. It prohibits that if they try to purchase all of them at one time. With that, I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1346. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being
Mr. Speaker?
138 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1346 finally passes. Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
As we're all trying to learn, what is a proper parliamentary inquiry?
While that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry, it is something that relates to the current item of business that is pending before the House and is stated as, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Would you slow down and say that real nice and slow so we can hear you?
To raise a proper parliamentary inquiry, it must relate to the business pending before the House and is stated to the Speaker as, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you so much for answering my question, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
The chair will not respond to hypotheticals or general questions about the House rules. Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
point of information. I'm wondering if I'm using a point of information correctly. Is there such a thing as a point of information where we can gather and get answers to our questions?
The chair is advised that there is no such thing as a point of information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2753. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2753 by Hall, relating to the time, place, and manner of voting, including abolishing early and absentee voting, providing for a voting period, and establishing voting centers, reestablishing criminal offenses, and authorization for certain fees.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 2753 to 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? There is objection. Record vote requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Ms. Swanson voting aye. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. There being 103 ayes, 34 nays, the motion to postpone prevails. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2221. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2221 by Parker, relating to the filing of a fraudulent financing statement in relation to certain secured transactions, authorizing the imposition of a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 2221 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Objection is lodged. Record vote requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes, 25 nays, the motion to postpone prevails. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1719. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1719 by Hughes relating to the rulemaking power of the Texas Supreme Court.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy for a motion.
I move to suspend. I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1719 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Objection is lodged. Record vote requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes, 29 nays, Senate Bill 1719, the motion to postpone prevails. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2177. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2177 by Hagenview relating to the creation of a grant program to assist local law enforcement agencies in solving violent and sexual offenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 2177 until 8 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears objection. Record vote requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes, 23 nays, the motion to postpone prevails. The chair lays out SB 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 552 by Huffman relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 552 seeks to prohibit the use of community supervision if the defendant is an illegal alien. Under current law, community supervision can be ordered for any defendant if a judge believes it's in the best interest of justice. However, there are many circumstances in which we limit the use of community supervision when the crime committed is particularly egregious, or if the defendant meets specified criteria, such as a previous criminal history that would impact justice or public safety. I do have an amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for a question.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Leach. I think I heard you say in your layout that this proposal relates to illegal aliens. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm looking at page 1 of your bill at line 1, 2, and 3. Do you say that in your caption?
Which
You meant a reference to the word illegal alien. Is that in your caption, sir?
So you said lines 1, 2, and 3. It would be lines 2, 3, and 4. At least the bill I'm looking at, Senate Bill 552. I think we're
okay.
Semantics, but it talks about certain persons. Illegal aliens is then defined in the bill.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order pursuant to Rule 8, Section 1.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Martinez Fisher, please restate the rule that you call the point of order under.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Rule 8, Section 1A1.
Please bring your point of order down front. Is Mr. Landgraf on the floor of the House?
Mr. Martinez Fisher raises a point of order against further consideration of SB 552 under Rule 8, Section 1A1, on the grounds that the caption of the bill fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the bill. The caption states that the bill relates to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision. The bill's provisions are solely concerned with the eligibility of persons who are classified by the bill as illegal aliens. The bill's caption does not give notice that its provisions are concerned solely with this single discrete class of persons, and thus it does not comply with the rule. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Please admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HCR 1...
Thank you, Mr. Messenger. Hold that gavel up. Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 2167 to designate the following members. Ms. Thompson.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out Senate Bill 646 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 646 by West, relating to repayment of certain mental health professional education loans.
The chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill provides timely updates to an existing program to address mental health provider shortages. Members, we had a lot of discussion about family values, youth mental health, encouraging kids to talk to their parents, and this will be encouraged by 646. Concerns that were previously raised have been addressed by the final passage of another piece of legislation, and I really look forward to supporting all of our mental health providers that will benefit from this. With that, I move passage.
Just, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a couple questions?
I yield.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Okay, so you said that the concerns had been addressed. I haven't been able to look at the amendment, but or is there amendment?
No, a lot of the things that we discussed in Senate Bill 12 took care of a lot of the roles and duties of school counselors, so that's what ties into
Okay,
this.
so if I remember correctly, there were two main concerns that I had on this bill. One was about things that were being taught on schools, and that's addressed by Senate Bill 12, correct?
Oh, this has nothing to do with what's
Right.
being taught in schools.
But with counselors and things like that, we had a lot of discussion. But the second thing was that this is a taxpayer-funded student loan repayment, correct?
Yes, and I do want to say school counselors are desperately needed On the morning of the Uvalde shooting, the Public Education Committee had a hearing about the importance of mental health in schools. And this is where these ideas of increasing the number of school counselors for our schools came from as a response to the tragedy that was happening in Texas. And the duties of those school counselors are to make sure our students are educationally prepared and they have all of the support that they need to be successful once they graduate from our public high schools.
Right, but I just wanted to make sure, because you said that the issues and the concerns that we had have been addressed, but this still is a taxpayer-funded loan repayment program, correct?
Yes, this is
Okay.
to make sure we can increase that pipeline of counselors that we really and truly need in our schools.
Okay, thank you.
Move past it.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Yes, would the lady yield?
I yield.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Davis, I understand that there are some in this body who are just simply opposed to repayment of loans no matter what. It has nothing to do with your bill. Is that what you're hearing as well?
I understand that, yes.
But what you're trying to do here is address what we have in the state, which is a mental health provider shortage. Is that not correct?
Yes, and we've talked about all of these throughout this session, the need to have stronger families, and family counseling is a part of this. We've talked for the need for kids to have different types of resources. There are a lot of different mental health professionals that would benefit from this, and all of these are shortage areas. We have hundreds of counties around Texas that don't have access to these professionals, so this is trying to make sure we have them for our kids and our families.
And we know, as you've pointed out, that especially since the pandemic, the youth in our state are really struggling with mental health issues, are they not?
Absolutely.
And this bill, it was supported, I'm looking here, by a wide range of organizations who try to make sure we provide assistance, like NAMI and Texans Care for Children and United Way and Coalition of Texans with Disabilities, Hospital Association, school psychologists. I mean, the list goes on. Pediatric Society. This is a widely supported bill to help us get the healthcare professionals we need, and we know that what you're proposing here can give us additional professionals that can address the needs that the children of this state need right now. Is that not correct?
Yes, and I'm very thankful to NAMI and all those organizations for being boots on the ground, making sure every office had information about how vital this program really is.
We've been having tuition repayment programs for a wide variety of professions. I know for nursing in particular we do. We have programs that reimburse or take care of some of the tuition for physicians, medical students. These are the professions that we need to increase, and this has been a proven method at which we can actually try to increase the number of those professionals that we have shortages of. Is that not correct?
Yes, and the program was started by two conservative senators, Senator Schwartner and Dr. Zerwas, who I believe will be UT president in just a couple of weeks. So
That's
the program
correct.
was started with them, and the first year of enactment was actually under President Trump's first time in office. So this has been a bipartisan effort to make sure we have these professionals available.
It's absolutely bipartisan, and it is absolutely proven to help us achieve the goals we have here. I understand that some people just don't like the concept of loan repayment, but we know that it works. It is an extremely valuable investment. It's giving taxpayers and the citizens of Texas what they need to make sure that, especially in this case, we're talking about our youth, are healthy and safe and can get the care they need so that they can be productive. Is that not correct?
That's correct. And again, I want to emphasize there are lots of different professionals that would benefit from this. One of the bills that we passed was increasing family engagement and make sure we have healthy, happy families here in Texas. So this all just supports those things that we've had those discussions about.
Well, I hope that people will recognize that what you're doing here is trying to solve a critical need and problem that we have in the state. This is a proven method. Thank you for bringing it.
No, thank you. Move passage.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, look, this bill undermines personal responsibility. Forgiving loans for mental health professionals excuses borrowers at the expense of others. And in fact, it inflates demand for that field. Policy advocated for this legislation fuels a cycle of reckless borrowing and spending, yet the cost of tuition has skyrocketed, but forgiveness does nothing to address that root cause and instead rewards the bloated higher education system. Look, guys, facts. Progressives dominate mental health fields. Research shows that mental health professionals are significantly more likely to be liberal than conservative. A 2020 study by Selendar states that the mental health professionals are overwhelmingly progressive. A 2016 study showed that they were left-leaning biased with 50% liberal with just 10% conservative. Look, I'll remind Republicans, here's what the Republican Party of Texas platform says. Plank 122 of the Republican Party platform says, we support abolishing the Texas Child Mental Health Consortium, school-based mental health providers, school-based or school-connected mental health interventions. Another plank, 131, says we oppose all mental, emotional, or well-being surveys, screenings, check-ins, assessments, or similar instruments in public schools. As far as repaying student loans, plank 109 of the party platform says all Texas students shall have equal access to all state-supported university admissions, grants, and scholarships based upon a measurable academic criteria. Plank 105B, we oppose mass cancellation of student loan obligations. And lastly, Plank 80D, we call upon the government to stop college and university loan forgiveness. Members,
Mr. Speaker,
I ask you to vote against this bill.
Speaker,
Mr. Harrison, for what
will the
purpose?
gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Representative Kane, is this bill that's before the body a bill to deal with student loan repayment programs?
Looks like it to me.
Is it true that student loan repayment programs were a hallmark of both the Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders campaigns?
I take your word for it.
Yeah, it is. Is it true now that by having spent this time deliberating this Joe Biden-esque student loan repayment plan in the state of Texas in the House, we have now spent more time on that than we have debating property tax elimination in the state of Texas?
So let's vote this bill down.
Let's vote it down.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for
does the
what
gentleman
purpose?
yield?
The gentleman does not have the floor at this time. The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've got a lot of respect for Representative Kane, but I think his comments missed the mark. He's trying to make this partisan. And I just want you to think about your own educational journey. Think about that scholarship you got, that loan you got, that grant you may have received, just that little bit to get you over the top. I know it meant everything for me to get not only a scholarship, but more importantly, a loan so that I could attend Southern Methodist University. It was really expensive. It was really expensive, members. And to suggest that somehow a loan repayment program is partisan ignores the history of this program itself, because I was here when, under the leadership of Senator Schwertner and Dr. Zerwas, this very program was created. And you all know that both of those people, Dr. Zerwas, who we served with here in the House, incredibly honorable. It was created so that people could serve in professions in the healthcare industry, whether mental health or physical health, in either jobs that were tough to fill or areas that were tough to serve. Some of those areas, members, are the very areas that you represent, including many rural areas. These have been incentives that those two Republican members of the House and Senate, along with many, many Democrats, and I want to emphasize this, on a bipartisan basis, set up this program. And what we were thinking about is not what the Democratic Party platform said or the Republican Party platform said. We thought about what was good for Texans. And that's how this law originally passed. Members, we can all agree, and I hear it as much from Republicans as I do it from Democrats, is that we have a mental health crisis among our young people. Who is going to help fill that void to treat young people, to counsel young people, to help them through these difficult times that we all acknowledge exist? We can argue about why it exists. Some of us believe it's social media, which I think is a great contributor to mental health issues among young people. Some may think it's popular culture, which I agree is also a problem for many young people as they struggle to come to adulthood. But what we can agree on, and we should be able to agree on, is that when young people are having difficulties with their mental health, someone who has studied their entire life to treat these young people can really help them.
Mr. Speaker.
I know it's helped.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for question?
I'll yield in just a moment, Chairman Romero.
Not at this time.
I will just speak from personal experience. In our family, being able to A, have insurance that covers it, and B, see professionals with mental health has made every difference in the world. And if this body wants to continue the legacy of Senator Schwertner and Dr. Zerwas, both of whom are physicians, to continue this program and make it apply to these mental health professionals that absolutely will help children and help some of the most vulnerable people in our society, I don't see that as a partisan issue. I see that as good policy. And with that, members, I will yield for questions.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Chairman Achia, are you aware that besides undergrad, some of these in the starting a marriage and family therapist, a licensed professional counselor, their graduate program can be 3 years, and including summer. And upon graduation, in many cases, there's thousands of hours of supervised care before they ever are fully licensed. And a lot of folks don't understand this passion that mental health professionals undertake. Do you aware that in most cases, those people that have probably spent 7 years in school, maybe sometimes make about $50,000 a year? Where would there ever be time to pay back your loans unless you were born of wealth? Can you help me understand how folks don't understand the commitment that mental health professionals have made to this state and to the people they serve?
Yeah, look, I just want to be practical about this. Chairman Romero, you and I, we get it, but I'm not asking the members of this body to listen to you or me. I'd ask the members of this body to know that the Trump administration has federally designated 246 out of the 254 Texas counties as having mental health professional shortages. This is not you, this is not me, this is the Trump administration saying, hey folks, an overwhelming number of Texas counties do not have mental health professionals, and that they believe is very important. This bill can help us get more coverage in the state of Texas. And with that, members, I ask that you support Ms. Davis's bill.
The chair recognizes Members, please excuse Representatives Guerin, Cole, Button, Darby, Harless, King, Martinez, Meyer, Moody, Reynolds, and Tallarico to attend a meeting of the Committee on House Administration on the motion of Mr. Metcalf. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to speak for the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, I understand that there are concerns about mental health care services being offered in our schools without parental consent. I have heard many hearings on this issue in committee of the Public Education Committee, and I have heard these concerns, lots of testimony, and I agree. That is a problem that should be addressed. We are blessed if our own child doesn't need that kind of help or intervention. But there are many, many students who do. About a year ago, I sat down with officials from my own school district and members of our delegation talking about the crisis in mental health in our schools. We are hearing from our teachers that these issues are surfacing even earlier in school, in young kids. Something's happening, lots of explanations as to why this is happening, but I think we can all agree that something is happening and the kids are not all right, not all of them. When we sat down with officials from my school district, they said, we're creating this space
Ms. Morales, for what
for
purpose?
this. I'll wait. We're creating this space for these services to happen. We cannot find the professionals. They don't exist currently to be hired by our schools. And so, kids with dire needs are going without the help that they need. This bill would help to provide some relief for that. There are lots of instances where we hear of a young person who didn't get the help they needed early, then going on to commit atrocities in their community. Mental health services, young, for those who need it with the proper permission, etc., can save lives and keep our communities safe. And I will take questions at this time.
Thank you.
Ms. Morales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
I do.
Does the gentlelady yields for questions?
I do.
Thank you, Representative Hinojosa. I appreciate what you're saying because, as I mentioned earlier, this past weekend was the 3rd year anniversary of Uvalde, and I just wonder how might the access to mental health professionals have changed the outcome in Uvalde. The young man was failed by the system.
That's a really good example that we're all too familiar with because the consequences were deadly and devastating and destroyed families forever and their communities. Yes, this was a young man who did not get the help he needed early. In fact, even in school, people who were in that school community recognized this young man needed help that he did not get. And so members, I urge you, please, put aside the politics, put aside the partisanship, and let's do what's right for our community and support this bill.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to speak for the bill. The chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas to close on the bill.
All right, thank you all so much for the discussion again. I hate this has become a partisan thing. This is about families and kids and schools and making sure we have a strong pipeline of people who can provide mental health support to Texans. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 646. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. A. Davis of Dallas voting aye. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Harris voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 64 ayes and 68 nays, SB 646 fails to pass. A verification has been requested. Members, please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. The clerk will proceed to call the names of the votes, of those voting nay.
Alders. Ashby. Bella Montgomery. Bonin. Bonin.
Is Dr. Bonin on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Buckley. Bumgarner. Kane. Capriglione. Capriglione.
Is Mr. Capriglione on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Cook. Cunningham. Dean. De Ayala. DeRazio.
Is Mr. DeRazio on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Dyson. Fairley. Frank. Gates. Gerties. Harris. Harris Davila. Harrison. Hayes. Hefner. Hickland. Holt. Hopper. Hull. Hunter. Isaac. Kerwin. Kitzman. LaHood. Leach. Leo Wilson. Little. Lopez of Cameron. Louderback. Lowe. Lozano. Luther. McQueenie. Metcalf. Money. Morgan. Noble. Olcott. Oliverson.
Is Dr. Oliverson on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Orr. Patterson. Paul. Pearson. Richardson. Schatzline. Schofield. Schoolcraft. Shaheen. Schaffner. Slauson. Smithy. Spiller. Swanson. Tepper. Tepper.
Is Mr. Tepper on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Tenderholt. Toth. Troxclair. Troxclair.
Is Ms. Troxclair on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Vasut. Villalobos. Verdell. That's it.
The clerk will proceed to call the names of those members shown voting aye.
Allen. Anchia. Barry. Bernal. Bojani. Bryant. Busey, Campos, Collier, Cortez, Cortez,
Is Mr. Cortez on the floor of the House?
A. Davis of Dallas, Y. Davis of Dallas, Dutton, Flores, Gomez, Garcia of Bear, Garcia of Dallas, Garcia of Dallas. Oh. Garcia Hernandez, Gervin Hawkins, Gonzalez of Dallas, Gonzalez of El Paso, Goodwin, Guerra, Guillen, Hernandez, Hinojosa, Howard, Johnson, Jones of Harris, Jones of Dallas, Lalani, Lambert, Longoria, Lopez of Bear, Lujan, Manuel, Martinez Fisher, McLaughlin, Mesa, Moody, Morales of Harris, Morales of Maverick, Morales Shaw, Munoz, Ordaz, Perez of Harris, Perez of El Paso, Phelan, Plessa, Raymond, Rodriguez Ramos, Romero, Rose, Rosenthal, Simmons, Thompson, Turner, Van Dever, Wale, Ward Johnson, Wharton, Wilson, Wu, Zwiener.
Is Dr. Bonin on the floor of the House? Verify Dr. Bonin. Is Mr. Capriglione on the floor of the House? Verify Mr. Capriglione. Is Mr. DeRazio on the floor of the House? Verify Mr. DeRazio. Is Dr. Oliverson on the floor of the House? Verify Dr. Oliverson. Is Mr. Tepper on the floor of the House? Verify Mr. Tepper. Is Ms. Troxclair on the floor of the House? Strike her name. The following members have informed the chair that their machines malfunction. Representatives Dean, Bonin, Capriglione, Ashby, and Gates voted aye, but were shown voting nay. Show them voting aye. The following members were present in the chamber, but their machines failed to register. Show Representative Curry voting aye, and show Representative Keith Bell of Kaufman voting nay. There being 70 ayes and 63 nays, SB 646 is passed at third reading. The chair lays out. Excuse me.
Speaker.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
By my count, were there 5 machines that just malfunctioned on that last vote? Is my count correct? Was it 5?
Roughly, yes, that's correct.
What is the plan to conduct maintenance on those machines? Are we going to stand at ease until these machines get fixed, or are we going to transition to roll call voting? What are we going to do? If there's 5 machines that are not working, what are we doing?
Mr. Harrison, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
What would be the proper way of asking how the House is going to continue functioning with so many machines that are clearly not working?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
It's a very proper parliamentary inquiry. You're just choosing not to answer it. Thank you.
Chair lays out SJR 1 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the resolution.
SJR number 1 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail for an illegal alien charged with an offense punishable as a felony.
Mr. Smithy.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 1 until 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out SB 293 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 293 by Huffman, relating to the discipline of judges by the State Commission on Judicial Conduct, notice of certain reprimands, judicial compensation, and related retirement benefits, and the reporting of certain judicial transparency information authorizing an administrative penalty.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our transparency, accountability, and efficiency bill for our Texas judiciary. It's my hope that after we pass this bill, Senator Huffman and the Senate, it's my hope and expectation that they will confer with our changes, giving our judges across the state a much needed and much deserved and long awaited 25% pay raise across the board. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 128 ayes, 4 nays. Senate Bill 293 is finally passed. Chair lays out SJR 87 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the resolution.
SJR number 87 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail to persons accused of certain offenses punishable as a felony, who have previously been convicted of certain offenses punishable as a felony, who are released on bail for certain offenses punishable as a felony at the time the incident occurs, instant offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to try to slow this down, this very nonpartisan bail reform bill. It's extremely important that if we have the power to do good by people, that we not withhold that. We have a very large concern in this state regarding repeat offenders and people who are out on bail who are reoffending. You were distributed a document this morning. Just want to share a couple stories from that document. There was a young man named Jeffrey Limmer. He was killed by a career criminal named Anthony Martin Landry last year. In the year 2000, Mr. Landry committed aggravated sexual assault of a child under the age of 14, for which he was convicted. In 2007, he committed aggravated assault by slashing someone with a knife. In 2020, he committed indecency with a child by sexual contact. In February 2024, he committed aggravated assault by beating someone with a club. And in May 2024, while he was on bond for his latest offense, he shot and killed Jeffrey Limmer. James Ray Johnson was killed by Shermaine Childress in 2021. In 2002, Mr. Childress committed aggravated assault by shooting at someone. In 2019, Childress committed aggravated assault by beating someone with a club. In February 2021, while on bond for the latest offense, he shot and killed James Ray Johnson. It's within our power to solve this problem of public safety. This problem of public safety is not just in our cities. It's in our small towns. It's all over the state of Texas. And the purpose for my asking you to reconsider on SJR 87 on third reading, consider your vote. It's because we have the ability to save lives. Had this bill passed, or had this resolution passed 2 years ago or 4 years ago, we know for certain lives would have been saved because people would not have been killed by other people out on bond. I'm going to remind you, the number of people we are talking about in this state who would be affected by the Senate Joint Resolution is very, very small. A little over 2,000 people who are out on bond who have been accused of other offenses that are within the same realm of violence and sexual violence. It's less than 0.009% of the people in this state. It is incumbent upon us as a legislature, once we've been apprised of the problem, to act upon it, not in a partisan way, but in a way that reflects how much we care about the safety of the people who live in Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, and everywhere else we are from. Members, I respectfully move adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 87.
Ms. Gonzalez in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, sometimes we don't always agree, but I do think we all come here with the intentions of doing no harm. Unfortunately, this SJR has very harmful implications, not only for this moment in time, but for the generations of Texans who will be in our state after we leave this building. It'll do harm to our counties by doing an unfunded mandate for jails that are already full to capacity and with no space to hold people who are not even convicted of a crime. It'll do harm by irreparably impacting our justice system that should be fair and equal for all. An accusation is not a conviction. And the people who are more likely to be falsely accused are sadly the people who look like me and my neighbors and a lot of the majority of the state. Of course, I am heartbroken by violent tragedies. Nobody wants our communities, our people to struggle, to feel unsafe, to be harmed. And I really want to work together to solve those problems. But I don't want to use tragedy to pass harmful legislation. I want to use tragedy to come up with solutions that would actually prevent the tragedies. Let's not use these awful instances in a political way. Members, today's vote is bigger than this moment in time, is bigger than today. Today's vote will have harmful implications for the generations of Texans. This is a constitutional amendment. Do no harm. Please do not vote yes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I've served in this chamber for quite a while, and I've had the honor of representing my district. Many of us have taken hard votes. We've crossed party lines when we feel that policy comes first, especially when our conscience tells us to do so. I've never criticized members for voting their district, and one thing is for certain, I will never apologize for putting the safety of my constituents above politics. We have heard stories of how families have had to bury loved ones because of repeat offenders and criminals. A grieving mother shouldn't have to hear that a man who murdered her child was given a fourth or fifth chance. SJR 87 targets the 9 most violent crimes and only repeat criminals. This isn't about Democrats or Republicans, nor is this about youthful indiscretions. This is about protecting Texans by saying 1 murder is too many and 2 is absolutely unacceptable. We're entrusted to protect the innocent and help prevent tragedy. I stand with the victims and families who will not get a second or third chance to see their loved ones. Having the privilege to serve in this chamber, I will never back down from the opportunity to do what is right, not for political convenience or for the fear of being called names, because when I walk out of this chamber today, I know that what I did and all I could do was protect the communities I serve in voting for SJR 87.
Mr. Johnson in opposition.
Members, we've been having this debate for sessions. It started when I got here in the 87th, and we have tried to have honest dialogue and debate about public safety and bail. I'm going to tell you what happened in Harris County. We have never done felony bail reform in Harris County. We did misdemeanor bail reform. And when we did misdemeanor bail reform, it had the impact of solving a big problem. So let me tell you, this is what it used to look like in Harris County. On a Friday night, 3 guys go out, they all commit DWI. They all get arrested. They're all at basically a .08, and DWI is .08. The first guy gets arrested, and he has $500 cash in his pocket. And when he gets to the jail, they say, hey, your bond is $500, because that's what we did in Harris County, regardless of your history. If you had a first Class B misdemeanor, it was a $500 bond, regardless of your situation. And that guy could say, oh, well, I have $500 in my pocket. And the sheriff would say, give me your $500, and you can get out. And then you come back next Friday when we set you on arraignment because you're out, and we're going to keep a small processing fee of about $25. And when you finalize your case, you can get your money back that you put on your bond. That man with that money in his pocket is going to go hire a good lawyer. And that good lawyer is going to say, well, you got pulled over for DWI, you blew a .08, but they didn't get your last time that you ate or drank, and they can't say if you're extrapolating up or down, I can beat this case. And that guy's probably going to win. Second guy gets arrested, doesn't have $500 in his pocket, but he calls a friend. and says, hey, I got arrested for DWI, can you help me out? And they say, dude, I don't have $500. And he says, but if you go to a bail bondsman, they'll take about 150, maybe $200, and I can get out. And so they call a bail bondsman and say, hey, my friend is in jail. They go and they give $150 to $200 to the bail bondsman, and the bail bondsman says, no problem. You give me $150 to $200, I'll go get your buddy out on your $500 bond. You pay that fee, and you never get it back. The bail bondsman pays the $500 to the county, just like the rich guy, and that guy then goes out and either gets appointed an attorney or hires an attorney, and that attorney too says, hey, you got a .08, but guess what? They didn't get your last drink or the last time you ate. They can't extrapolate up or down. I can probably beat this case. That guy too doesn't go to court until Friday because his buddies went and got him out. When he finishes his case, the bail bondman industry made $150 to $200, but they went back to the county and got back the $475 that they put down and only lost $25. They made a profit. Third guy that gets arrested has no friends, has no money, has nobody to call, and that guy's going to sit in jail until Monday morning. When we go to court on Monday morning, that guy's then going to get appointed a criminal defense lawyer like me who's going to say, hey, man, they're offering you time served because it's Monday morning. All I have is a dim summary. I know you blew a .08, but I don't think they can extrapolate back because they didn't ask you your last drink or the last time you ate. I think I could beat the case. But I need to get the evidence, and I need to set it for trial. But oh, by the way, they're offering you time served. 9 times out of 10, that guy's going to say, dude, I got my job. I got to get out. I'll take time served. That was the problem, is poor people were waiting in jail or taking a deal to move the case because they didn't have the money to get out. And when that happened, the O'Donnell case in Harris County, they said, hey, you guys can't do this anymore. They started doing general order bonds or looking at people's status and getting people out on low-level, nonviolent offenders. But guess what happened to the bail bond industry? DWIs were their bread and butter. They'd get a lot of folks like in this room that would get a bond posted and get out, and those are the folks that were filling their coffers with cash and weren't ever a risk to walk. They went from making about $4 million a year to making about $1 million a year. And so when I hear about the attacks on judges like Judge Hillary Unger, who for a guy, and I've heard it in this discussion on 87, for a guy that is charged with being one in a party of a capital murder gets set at $1 million bond, $1 million bond, and he is now out and everybody is screaming about the judge because she made $1 million bond. You know what nobody's asking? Nobody's saying, holy smokies, the for-profit bail bond industry made $100,000 to get a cop killer out of jail. Nobody's talking about that problem in this bail or bond fight. This will not solve this problem. Because right now you can look at the Constitution, we have 3 times amended it, that if you are a repeat offender, or you are on probation, or if you are on parole, there are lots of ways for you to be held in jail. The problem is that the Constitution requires a proof evident hearing by the state. The Constitution requires that before you hold somebody at a no bond, even on a capital murder, that the state has to say, I feel pretty confident I can make this case.
Mr. Speaker.
And this guy did it. Give me just a second. I don't believe setting this up will solve that problem, and in fact, I personally believe it's unconstitutional. Because this says if you're a second-time offender, it's an automatic denial of bail. Read the 8th Amendment. Stand up for the fact that the Constitution says we have a right to bail. You have a right to have the judge have that discussion, look at the facts, and make a determination. There are lots of problems within our criminal justice system, many of which is we can't get cases processed through the system. It takes 18 months right now to get ballistics. Harris County is sending people to Louisiana to house at about a $50 million expense. Look, I had a bill that I filed that said if you want to hold these people on felonies, let's pay for it. If we really want to hold all these felons, let's pay for it. This is a massive, unfunded mandate onto your counties that they will not be able to overcome, and I don't believe it will make you more safe. I am one of the folks that after 3 sessions in this battle and this debate to talk about the judiciary and to talk about adding courts, I am one of the folks that said, okay, I'm here on SJR 5, which gives you the power for the judges to make this determination and this decision without being an automatic denial of bail, because I truly, personally believe it's unconstitutional.
Mr. Speaker,
Chairman Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the general yield for
General Leader for questions.
questions?
I will.
She yields for questions.
You know, this is a difficult vote,
It is.
and I take it very
But-
seriously. And I want to be clear on some things, though, Representative. Just clear on simple things. Do these individuals lose their due process?
They lose the ability to have a judge make a determination on bail because we were going to make it here if you say automatic denial. That means on every case where it's a second-time offense, and I think it can be an offense from 10 years ago. It's not an open pending offense. It's anybody that has a prior offense, then the second time is going to be automatic denial. And my worry is just like the third DWI that I told you about, the guy that says, I'm going to lose my job, they're going to take the deal.
Representative, I just want to be clear, okay? I hear all that. I want to be clear. On that second offense, is it just an allegation or is it a process?
It's an accusation. It's an accusation of probable cause. And probable cause is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And look, I've seen this happen as a criminal defense lawyer where the probable cause will say, hey, look, I had one where it was assault public servant. But you know, the nice thing now is everybody and their dog's got a cell phone. And while the officers failed to get the evidence from the store, failed to have their body cam on amazingly, a kid had their cell phone on and running, and you know what?
General Leader's time has expired.
He hadn't done it. It was on video.
Mr.
Please
Moody
don't
in
pass it.
opposition. Ms. Gomez in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I will try to be brief, but I know you already know the weight and the magnitude of the decision that the body and that some other individuals are asking us to make here today. But if I asked you one simple question, who here believes in the fundamental presumption of innocence? I know everyone in this body would raise their hand without doubt, without hesitation. And if in your heart you believe in that fundamental principle, the presumption of innocence, that's what this vote is about. Every time someone gets up here at the back mic and says, what we are about to pass is the strongest in the nation, it's the best in the world, it's the farthest we've ever gone, every time someone gets up here and says that, the hair on the back of your neck should stand up. Because there is a reason we've never gone that far. There is a reason there is no law that strong. Because every time we do that, it means I'm willing to stray away from the fundamental principles that are in our Constitution, the Constitution that men and women have fought and died for. There is a reason we haven't gone that far. We live right next to a country where this standard is the standard. If you believe in this standard, go thank Mexico for their Constitution. Never in a million years did I think that the state of Texas would go and copy a foreign nation's Constitution and say, these are the fundamental principles by which our citizens should live. There is a special place, make no mistake, there is a special place in hell for the individuals who are responsible for the crimes that we're speaking about here today in the body. I am fearful of the special place that we're going to find ourselves in if we continue to stray away from the Constitution.
Mr. Louderback in favor. I'm sorry, actually, Mr. LaHood in favor.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, I'll be real short and sweet, right? People have been talking about Constitution and voting your conscience, and people specifically quoted the Constitution. So let's talk about federal court. Initial appearance, detention hearings, where probable cause is the standard, and upon finding probable cause and upon good reason, federal courts have consistently denied bond to people accused of crimes. People have been accused, not had their final trial beyond a reasonable doubt. That has been upheld and currently is standard in federal courts. But let's talk about this, what this bill actually says. The first section gives a list of the charges. The second says, notwithstanding any other provision of this Constitution, a person to whom this section applies shall be denied bail pending trial if, very important, if a judge or magistrate determines after a hearing that the attorney representing the state demonstrated, so on and so forth. You vote your conscience, but the reality is this bill doesn't say what people want you to believe it says. It affords a hearing, and it is consistent with our Constitution.
Mr.
Please vote
Speaker.
for it.
Johnson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Gentleman
questions?
yield for questions?
I will be glad to.
Yields for questions.
And Representative LaHood, I know you and I both work in the criminal court, and I respect what you have said. I honor what you said, but I do want to put something out there for the body who may not be aware.
Yes, ma'am.
I like to liken the state court or the prosecution on the state side as basically that first room you walk into in an ER where you walk in and it's like, I got a fever and my stomach hurts, and you've got a triage nurse that says, we don't know what it is yet. My comparison is the feds. The feds are the plastic surgeon 2 months later. And you and I can laugh about this because we're in state courts. When the feds get a case, it has a bow on it, it is pretty, the witnesses are there, and you will go to trial within 90 days. Would you agree with me that on the state side, we don't have the benefit, and I'm with you. The feds either say you're violent or not, they hold you or not. The state courts are not built for the speed the federal courts are to get to a final disposition.
Respectfully, I will agree and disagree that the federal cases have a much higher conviction rate. They typically have more resources by the time they're bringing their offenses. I disagree that after your initial appearance, you're going to be in trial in 90 days. But what I will say is this, and I will humbly just disagree on this issue. In my humble opinion, afforded a probable cause hearing with the right to counsel, the right to discovery, the right to cross-examine and confront accusers, the right to present evidence, I believe, for me personally, after that, it doesn't violate at least my conscience.
Do you see anything in this bill that changes the standard by which the state would have to do that hearing? Or do you think it is just like every other provision that we have right now, where repeat offenders have the ability to be held at no bond?
I'm
I
sorry.
I
come
don't
again.
see anything in the change in how the state would have to present.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Are you saying, because it says automatic denial on a second offense, right? Do you see in there a hearing? Do you see?
I do.
Do you see a hearing in that bill?
At least what I'm reading, this is 87, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I was reading earlier. Notwithstanding any other provision of this Constitution, a person to whom this section applies shall be denied bail pending a trial if a judge or magistrate determines after a hearing.
After a hearing, do you see anything that changes the fundamental requirement that the state be prepared to do a proof evident hearing in 7 days?
I'm not advised.
And that's my point. I don't see anything that changes the mechanism for me as a prosecutor to actually be able to do this, if that's what you're saying, is that we're still going to keep the hearing component. Then if we're keeping the hearing component, why do we need this constitutional amendment if the Constitution already says that we can hold violent repeat offenders on a no bond in certain circumstances?
My opinion?
Sure.
I believe this solidifies that constitutionally now that there is a right to hold someone in custody pending the case.
And in your opinion, how long does it take the state right now to produce discovery from an accusation to actually get us to trial? Just in your practice.
But it's impossible to say. I mean, I've been in some counties that's quick, some counties it's not.
I mean, I'll say it's 9 months to 2 years.
I wouldn't go that far.
What is it then?
It varies.
And 90 days is the time to indictment, 180 days. The reason we have those in statute is because we know that it takes at least months, right?
Yes, but I would also say this. You're also well aware in practice that there is nothing precluding from a motion to reconsider or bringing up upon new evidence.
You're saying if there's new evidence, we could reconsider a bond?
I've done motions to reconsider when a judge has denied on a reduction of bond. I have, yeah.
Okay.
I've done motions to reconsider. Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to address a couple of things stated up here. The feds require danger or flight risk to deny bail. That's part of their rubric. The federal government and the ABA standards do the same. What we have here is very different, and honestly, I can't believe we're actually considering it. There was a document placed on your desk today in support, purporting to support or answer some questions about SJR 87. So I took a look at that document. It starts by citing Carlson v. Landon, a case from more than 70 years ago about whether deportable foreign communists could be held without bail. They write that up as it's a run-of-the-mill case about how we handle bail. And because that's so specific and obscure, even returning to the very particular bail standards of the pre-civil rights era isn't enough for these folks. What they are telling you here, what's literally written on the paper that was placed on your desk, is the suggestion that we should go back to 1876 Texas or pre-Civil War America. That's the precedent that's cited for you. I shouldn't have to tell anyone in this room that we shouldn't be looking to those times in our history to tell us what we ought to be doing in 2025. There was a time when lynching was called justice. That time, thankfully, passed a long time ago. We know that a few people may have been saved. That's true. Then why not do it for everything? Why not lock up all people accused of crimes indefinitely for fear that they may do something? I guarantee a handful of lives will be saved by doing that too. But at what cost? The cost of our liberty. The cost of the state inflicting immense life-destroying punishment on people who haven't been convicted of anything, literally regardless of what the strength of the current charges are. The cost, absolutely, members, to our taxpayers who will foot the bill for detaining these people without due process. And you think that can't happen to you? You think it can't happen to you? Imagine you're in a disagreement, in a fight with your neighbor. They don't like that you're a Second Amendment guy. And they say that you threatened them with your gun after we argued. Well, that's aggravated assault, covered here. Then that person makes a second allegation that you did the same thing. You're in jail for years, automatically, until you can fight your case and prove your innocence, show that you were acting in self-defense or any other number of defenses that would be available to you. Let's be smart about what we're voting for here. Lives can and will be saved now with the powers our judges have. The same judges we just passed disciplinary measures for, the same judges who now have bail denial tools we gave them in SJR 5, the same judges we trust to decide cases eventually anyway. What we can't and shouldn't do is take away all discretion and lock people up automatically. Thousands of them, as you heard during the layout of this JR, thousands of them. Thousands of Texans locked up, key thrown away, without conviction or due process. Let's not go back to 1952 or 1876 or 1776. Let's look forward in 2025. Please vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Jones in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, members, I rise in opposition to SJR 87. I agree with Representative Johnson that the resolution is unconstitutional, and I also agree with Representative Moody that we're going backwards, not forward, back to a time when fear and accusations were enough to deny someone their liberty. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not blaming Representative Little for his coming straight to the floor. I understand the process, but it's still troubling that we're debating a constitutional amendment, something that would permanently change how justice works in Texas without having a full, robust discussion in the Criminal Jurisprudence Committee, of which I sit. That committee exists so we can examine criminal law in detail, ask hard questions, and hear from all sides. That didn't happen here. What we've heard repeatedly is that there are bad judges, that this amendment is necessary because judges are letting dangerous people go free. But what I'm here to say is a lot of judges are being blamed unfairly for things that's not their fault. Let me give you an example from Harris County under the previous district attorney. A young man, not my client, was accused of paralyzing his girlfriend. The facts were egregious. He stabbed her, she was 17 years old, and she was paralyzed. Obviously, at least I thought, that man should have a super high bail, I thought. But he wasn't my client. It was awful. But the state failed to indict him within 90 days, which Article 17151 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure requires. So his defense lawyer set a hearing on bail on the 92nd day. And the judge had no choice. The judge was saying to the prosecutor, hey, it's 92 days. You were supposed to indict this guy within 90 days. And the DA says, well, Judge, it's only 2 days late. Well, the Constitution is the Constitution. And so the law required that the judge either give this defendant a pretrial bond or give this defendant a bail he could make, because the state didn't do their job. The judge was hinting, dude, I'm not giving this guy a pretrial bond. He doesn't deserve a pretrial bond. So evidence was taken on what kind of bond he could make. And so the judge ended up having to set a bond that he could make. And from the outside looking in, you don't know what happened in that courtroom to why this judge gave this guy a bond that he could make. But it had nothing to do with the judge, and it had everything to do with the DA's office not doing its job. So I say, this resolution removes discretion from judges, shields prosecutorial failures, and punishes people based on accusations and not convictions. And I will remind you that the reason that this country was founded, the reason that we have the United States Constitution and its amendments, is because people escaped a country where the government was, and actually people in your neighborhood, were the judge, jury, and the executioner. That is a constitutional foundation that we were founded on. So, in America, you're innocent until proven guilty. That is not just a phrase. It's a constitutional guarantee. We should not be amending the Texas Constitution to throw that principle away. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote no on this SJR.
Mr. Louderback in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've been packing a badge, packing a gun for over 4 decades in this state. One thing I've done, I've talked to a lot of victims, thousands of victims, day after day after day. You run a jail in this state, you run into a lot of victims. The one thing that the victim doesn't understand, and the one thing that you've got for your constituents that they don't understand, when they're a victim, when a part of your family, part of their family is victim to a serious crime, and you tell them that that person is out on bail, the reality is, at that point, how can that be? How can that be? That's the general thought that every person, every constituent that you have is asking themselves. That's what their family says. That's what their brother says. That's what their aunts and uncles say, is how did that person get out of jail after they committed murder and murdered my loved one? You got to go back and answer to your constituents as to how this happened when you had a chance to stop it. Please do. It's a vote yes.
Mr. Little to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We're gifted in this chamber with some really wonderful orators, and I'll try to add to it and do it justice. Representative Gonzalez expressed concern that this resolution would hurt people who look like her, that it would hurt people. In the pictures that I have seen of the people who are guilty of these crimes, none of them look like Representative Gonzalez. Evil does not have a race, it does not have a gender, does not have a national origin, it simply is. Representative Johnson came up here and talked about the cash bail situation and DWIs. This bill it's not about DWIs. It's not about the cash bail business or the business of cash jails. It is not about full jails. It is not about taxpayer dollars. It is about right and wrong. Since Representative Johnson brought up Hillary Unger, I will continue that discussion. It's an article from the National Police Association. You can find it in about 5 seconds on your phone. 40-year-old Andrew Williams followed 71-year-old Martha Medina from a local bank where she was making withdrawal, waited for her to emerge, dragged her, ran over her in a strong-arm purse snatching, ran over her with a car, dragged her some distance beneath the vehicle. Mr. Williams was out on bond for another murder. Judge Unger set his bail at $150,000. This is a very real problem. It is not theoretical. In late 2021, KHOU-TV in Houston published the results of an investigation finding that out of 407 capital murder charges filed in Harris County in the previous 5 years, 113 accused murderers, 28% had bonded out on jail, or had bonded out on bail, excuse me. Judge Unger is unapologetic about her position about releasing people who are charged with capital murder on low bonds. This is indefensible. It is indefensible. For those of you who try to go back to your districts and defend it, you will fail. It is indefensible in every regard. Representative Gervin Hawkins asked, are these people receiving due process? They are. There is a hearing at which probable cause determination will be made by the judge or magistrate. And in that hearing, someone is going to determine whether that person has already been convicted of the most heinous, violent, and sexual offenses our state has to offer. Or they will determine whether those same people are out on bail for the same heinous, violent, and sexual offenses that they are already being accused of. Representative Gomez shared her concerns about the Constitution. I shared those concerns. This SJR does no violence to the Constitution. Our Constitution does not automatically grant everyone the opportunity to have bail. In Texas, we already give judges the opportunity to deny bail to defendants who are charged with capital murder. They simply will not do it. But they should. But they should. Earlier I said it's our duty not to withhold good from those to whom it is due when we have the opportunity to do it. We can't say to our neighbor, come back and see me tomorrow when I have it with me today. You have it with you today. If you're wondering where that comes from, it's from that little black book in the left drawer. It's Proverbs 3. This is incumbent upon you to resolve this indefensible problem in our state. It's incumbent upon me too. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman answer just a couple of questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Little, for those members that are still processing and trying to make a decision, can you just give a little bit of an example and explanation on due process? Because I think the learned one here, Ms. Governor Hawkins, asked an excellent question that I believe many representatives on this floor are still processing. So can you speak upon just a little bit about due process and specifically about the due process set out in your SJR?
It's a fair question, Representative Cook. It's one that we need to resolve. Everyone needs to resolve this in their own mind. Is due process being granted here? If you take the situation with Mr. Williams, who robs a 71-year-old woman and then tries to snatch her purse, drives off in a car and drags her under the car and kills her, the police have got to have probable cause to conduct the arrest. There's due process. That person is Mirandized. They are brought to the jail. They are arraigned. And then a judge or a magistrate has to decide whether there is probable cause to believe that Mr. Williams dragged that 71-year-old woman under his car or under her car after he had carjacked her and then murdered her. That is the probable cause due process hearing that occurs. And the only other question there is, was Mr. Williams already out on bond for murder? If the answer to that question is yes, he doesn't get another one. That is due process.
And if this accused defendant cannot afford an attorney, are they entitled to an attorney during this process that you're talking about?
Absolutely they are.
They're
Absolutely.
And I know you spoke just a little bit about the bail system that Representative Johnson discussed earlier. Does that have any relevance whatsoever, as far as like the bail industry, bringing up the bail industry in a SJR that's defined such as SJR 87? Does the bail industry have any impact on this SJR?
Well, I think there will be less people out on large cash bonds if they're denied. I think there probably are some bail bondsmen who will be upset about that. Yeah. But it's an entirely separate discussion. Are people being released on cash bail? Yes, this is not a discussion about cash bail or DWIs or race or gender or national origin. It's just simply about right and wrong.
Well, thank you for your remarks today. I think you've done an excellent job of laying this SJR out, and I just want to leave the body with one question that you can obviously answer. And everyone knows the answer, but I want to make sure that everyone is reminded, is this the last step for this SJR? If this body lights the board up with 100 votes, what happens after today?
What happens after today with regard to what?
To the SJR. It's going to go to the governor's desk.
It'll go to the governor's desk for signature.
And then ultimately, where does it go?
It's going to go to the voters for determination.
That's right. So your constituents, my constituents, and everyone in this room, their constituents are going to have an opportunity to vote to decide whether or not this danger to the public safety is justified in passing this SJR. That's the last decider.
It's the last check on our power and the governor's power. It's the people's power. And they should have the right to determine their own safety from these 2,000 people who are eligible to be denied bail.
Again, thank you, Mr. Little.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Members, strict enforcement has been requested on SJR 87 Members must vote from your desks, and you cannot vote for anyone else. The question occurs on the adoption of SJR 87. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 96 ayes and 40 nays. The resolution fails to adopt. Members, a verification has been requested. A verification is granted. Members, take your seats. Members, please take your seats, in your seats. The clerk will proceed by calling the names of those members voting nay.
Allen. Bernal. Bryant. Busey. Campos. Cole. Collier. A. Davis of Dallas. Y. Davis of Dallas. Flores. Gomez. Garcia Bear. Gervin Hawkins. Gonzalez of Dallas. Gonzalez of El Paso. Goodwin. Guerra. Hernandez. Howard. Johnson. Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Martinez Fisher. Meza. Moody. Morales of Harris. Ordaz. Perez of El Paso. Reynolds. Rodriguez Ramos. Romero. Rose. Rosenthal. Simmons, Thompson, Turner, Wale, Ward Johnson, Wu, Zwiener.
Clerk will proceed calling the names of those members voting aye.
Alders, Anchia, Ashby, Berry, Bella Montgomery, Bella Kaufman, Bojani, Bonin, Buckley, Bumgarner, Button, Kane, Capriglione, Cook, Craddock, Cunningham, Curry, Darby, Dean, De Ayala, DeRazio, Dyson, Fairley, Frank, Gates, Gerties, Guerin, Guillen, Harless, Harris, Harris Davila, Harrison, Hayes, Hefner, Hickland, Holt, Hopper, Hull, Hunter, Isaac, Kerwin, King, Kitzman, LaHood, Lalani, Lambert, Landgraf, Leach, Leo Wilson, Little, Longoria, Lopez of Cameron, Louderback, Lowe, Lozano, Lujan, Luther, Martinez, McQueenie, Metcalf, Meyer, Money, Morales a Maverick, Morales Shaw, Morgan, Munoz, Noble, Olcott, Oliverson, Orr, Patterson, Paul, Perez of Harris, Phelan, Pearson, Raymond, Richardson, Schatzline, Schofield, Schoolcraft, Shaheen, Schaffner, Slauson, Smithy, Spiller, Swanson, Tepper, Tinderholt, Toth, Troxclair, Van Dever, Massoud, Villalobos, Verdell, Wharton. Wilson.
The following members have informed the chair their machines malfunctioned. Representative McLaughlin voted aye, but was shown present, shown voting aye. The verification reflects 97 ayes and 40 nays. The resolution fails. Chair lays out Senate Bill 441 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 441 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to civil liability for the production, solicitation, disclosure, or promotion of artificial intimate visual material.
Members, when Senate Bill 441 was postponed, the amendment by Dr. Lalani was pending. Speaking on, for, or against, is anyone speaking on, for, or against the amendment? Mr. Wu, in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate Dr. Lalani willing to pull this down for a little bit for us to look at it. I think Dr. Lalani just got dropped on him at the last moment, and he couldn't answer some of these questions, but this is actually, we checked it out, it's fine. I kept asking him whether this was a bill. This was a bill. It went through criminal jurisprudence. We voted it out 9-0. The amendment that is being added is most of the, it is the bill, it is in fact Senate Bill 442, if you want to look it up yourself. And it's slightly longer than the original bill because they're having some conforming changes to make it fit into this bill. So the original bill, if you want to check it out yourself, is Senate Bill 442 from Senator Hinojosa, and Representative Fairley was carrying it in that House, and it's in the calendars, but it's really far back. So this is good legislation. We've kicked this bill out multiple times in the Criminal Jurisprudence Committee, and I would urge you to vote yes on the amendment.
Briglione to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just to make clear on this amendment that what we're trying to do is close any loopholes so that not only everyone is subject to creating this non-consensual explicit deepfake content, but also the creators and distributors of those images.
Dr. Lalani to close on his amendment.
I move adoption.
Dr. Lalani, since the amendment is acceptable to the author, record vote, clerk ring the bell. So Mr. Capriglione voting aye, Ms. Fairley voting aye, Dr. Lalani voting aye, Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Members, it's 2/3 of those present, so the amendment is adopted. Dr. Lalani to close.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of Senate Bill 441. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Fairley voting aye. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 104 ayes, 36 nays. Senate Bill 441 is finally passed.
The chair lays out SB 15 on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 15 by Betancourt relating to size and density requirements for residential lots in certain municipalities, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gates.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield when he's done with his layout? Just to make sure he doesn't move passage prior to allowing me to ask questions.
Yeah, let me finish my layout.
Not at this
Thank
time.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill allows the option of building homes of different types and price points to meet the demand and needs of buyers. The price of land make up as much as 25% of the sales price of a single-family home. Lowering the size and type of residential housing will increase the amount of housing that can be built and lowers housing costs. While Texas is the 8th largest economy in the world, Texas ranks 44 out of 50 states for home ownership. In Comptroller Hager's 2024 study on the housing affordability challenge, Texas was 306,000 houses short of what was needed in housing supply, and the greatest shortage is in homes that middle-income buyers can afford. This bill only applies to land that is 5 acres or larger, has not yet been platted, and is located in a municipality in a zone for single-family homes in a city of over 150,000. This bill does not impact zoning. Cities can still zone, and the area of land we are discussing here must be zoned for single-family homes. SB 15 protects the current zoning around airport and military bases. Industrial zoning remains industrial. This is limited only to cities, not counties. If a developer wants to build on a bigger lot, then nothing stops them from doing that. It's not mandating that a lot size be that size. It includes provisions to make sure construction of a single-family home on small lot is feasible, but also clarifies the bill does not impact HOA requirements, still allows for deed restrictions, sewer and water requirements necessary for neighborhoods, building code requirements, environmental, erosion, floodway setbacks, and flooding requirements. This bill just allows the homes built to meet market demand. If a developer wants to build a bigger lot, then nothing stops them from doing that. It's not mandating that the lot size be that size, just providing options for smaller lots and homes at a more reasonable price point.
Mr. Speaker?
I have an amendment.
Does the gentleman
I'm
yield for
open
questions?
For questions.
Does Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Chairman Gates, in your layout, you mentioned affordability several times. Did you put anything in your bill that ensures that these homes will meet a particular amount of affordability? You spend a lot of time on your committee, and as such, you've spent a significant amount of time on your committee ensuring that people at particular area and media incomes are able to afford these homes. You've laid out before us, and supported this state in many ways, and going after PFCs and HFCs. Can you tell me what you did in this bill to ensure that there would actually be affordability in these properties? Any mandate that these are affordable, say to 80% AMI or 60% AMI, anything in particular? Did you put anything in the bill?
No, the bill approaches the affordability in that in building single-family homes, about 25% of the cost is in your land.
But you can't guarantee the cost of a sales price of a square foot of land once it's been sold. So I'm asking you, did you put anything in here to ensure, outside of speculation, that these homes that are built will be affordable?
What this bill does is set a minimum lot size.
Did you put anything in the bill?
Can I finish?
I think that was a pretty straightforward question.
Well, I
Did
was
you
not
put
finished. I'd like to, I mean, go ahead, but
not speculation, meaning concrete, anything? Did you put anything concrete? I'll move on. I'll move to the next question. I'm assuming that that answer is no. You
well,
said
no, that's not correct, but go ahead.
you said that you're not mandating that the lots to be of a particular size, yet in your bill, you say that a city, a municipality may not adopt, enforce an ordinance, rule, or measure that requires a residence lot to be larger than 1,400, and you go even further to say that it cannot be wider than 20 by 60. That's a 1,200 square foot lot. So how does the body believe that you're not mandating that a lot be that size? Because it can be if the developer chooses so. But you said that a city, a municipality, you're taking away a city's ability to regulate lot size to the smallest size I think the state has ever seen at 1,200 square foot, are you not?
Okay. The amendment that you are aware of sets the minimum lot size.
I'm not aware of any amendment. I'm talking about your bill, so I'd rather we stay on the bill, Chairman Gates.
The bill has 1,400 feet. The amendment addresses many of your concerns.
No, I'm not sure that your amendment does, and I'd like to stay on the bill as written, which states that a city cannot adopt a rule, ordinance, or measure that requires a lot to be larger than 1,400. Therefore, by the next section, it says also wider than 20 feet or deeper than 60. So in your bill, you're allowing for lots to be as small as 1,200 square feet. Is that correct, sir?
Representative, that's how it came from the Senate. Yes.
Well, that's actually in your original filed version as well. It wasn't this was not a change from the Senate. Is
Right
that
now,
correct?
We're here on SB 15, and that's how it came across from the Senate.
Okay. Representative Gates, did you have a similar bill in the House?
I don't have that bill in front of me, but yes, I had a
Okay, and
companion bill that was HB 3019.
And do you recall if in HB 3109 you had similar language to the lot size?
It was a companion bill.
Okay. So it did, in fact, state that the lot sizes that you anticipate in this small design is at 1,200 square foot. And it goes on, correct me if I'm wrong, at a ratio that results in 31.1 units per acre.
I don't know if it said 1,200.
I'm reading from your bill that these lots, your estimation, on your 5-acre lots, as you mentioned, 31.1 units per acre. So correct my math, your 5-acre development now would allow for 155 lots per acre. Is that correct, sir?
Well, on SB 15, I can tell you the way it's written right now, the way it's written before my amendment, it does say 1,400 square feet minimum lot size.
Okay, sir, I'm asking you a question regarding to the math in your bill that says that the city, that you're, in regulating the, I'm reading from your bill, in regulating the density of dwelling units on a residential lot, a ratio of dwelling units per acre that results in fewer than 31.1 units per acre. That's how many you can put in that. That's the maximum amount you can put in that development.
You're correct. On page
Okay.
3, on line 8, it says a larger than 1,400 square feet, and on line 12 and 13, which is being the amendment addresses, says 31.5 units per acre. That's correct.
Representative Chairman Gates, I don't see, other than speculation, anything that you put in your bill to ensure that when these houses are sold, they're sold to the people that need them most. Did you put anything in your bill that would ensure that when these developments go into a city, San Antonio, Fort Worth, Dallas, Corpus Christi, Houston, that there would be any public input as to whether or not the neighbors feel like that's an acceptable use of land in their neighborhood. Did you put any protections for notice, or is it by right that a development would be allowed to occur?
Under this bill, this would set a minimum lot size. The zoning requirements or zoning that the public usually weighs in, this bill does not address that.
So when you said this would be allowed in any single family zoning classification, are you aware of the types of zoning classifications here in Texas? Can you tell me what our average home sits on, the name of the zoning classification?
No, because it varies by city.
Okay, the
Gentleman's time has expired.
I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gates.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gates.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, what it does is it sets a minimum lot size of 3,000 square feet, and it sets it that it has to be in a city of a population of more than 150,000 or above. It has no effect on any city of $150,000 or less.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Representative Gates, I voted for your bill. I'm sorry, will the
For
gentleman
what
yield for
purpose, Ms. Hinojosa?
questions? Will
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I would like to go ahead and finish my layout of the amendment.
Not at this time.
Yeah, the amendment establishes cities may not require a newly subdivided lot to be larger than 3,000 feet, makes conforming 30 feet wide, 75 feet deep, and the density of not less than 3,000 feet, and provides that a city may require a small lot setback related to environmental features such as erosion, waterways, as authorized by federal and state laws, and a small lot setback can't be no more than 15 feet from the front and 10 feet from the back of the property and 5 feet from the sides of the property.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Gates. I voted for this bill when it first came through committee. I was happy to vote for it again when it got popped on a point and went back to committee. Appreciated working with you. You've been a very honorable chairman of the committee, and I appreciate your transparency and integrity. This amendment I hadn't seen before. My city is looking at it now. This bill was specific to just addressing lots that were 5 acres unplatted or more. Does this amendment still limit this bill to property that is 5 acres unplatted?
That's right. It has to be 5 acres or more. It has to actually be zoned for single-family homes, and it's only in a city, and it does not override restrictions from homeowners associations or other deed restrictions that may be on the property. It doesn't override that. And as far as the city of Austin, has a much smaller minimum lot size. In fact, just looking at the history of Austin in 1931, they actually had 3,000 feet minimum lot size, and in 1946 they increased it to 55,750. And then I think Austin, seeing how that was restricting affordability of housing, in 2024 reduced their minimum lot size to 1,800 feet. And so because this is at 3,000, this has no bearing on Austin.
Okay. You do quite a few things in this amendment affecting really the entire bill. And so I'm wondering, what are the substantive changes to the bill now with these changes?
Yeah, the substantive changes, it changes it from 1,400 minimum foot lot size to 3,000. And then it changes
So it makes the lot size restriction bigger than it was before?
That's correct.
Okay.
And it makes the setbacks further setbacks, makes it wider and deeper on the lots.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. So we had a conversation earlier about how your bill, and now I assume also the amendment, doesn't impact the city of Austin because I guess the city of Austin, number one, doesn't fit the bracket, but number two, already has smaller lot size requirements.
Well, it affects it in the city of Austin is greater than a population of 150,000, so it would be affected. But because the minimum lot size in Austin is actually below this amendment, it has no bearing on the city of Austin. None.
So I would be curious about, does it apply to some of the other cities in my district, like Bee Cave or Lakeway or Cedar Park? The bracket that you have in the bill, I guess that's not impacted by the amendment? Your amendment doesn't change the bracket?
No.
I guess what I'm getting at is, I think my question may be more on the bill itself because your bracket is really complicated, and I'm just trying to understand which cities of mine would be impacted by the bill. The idea of the bill is great. We all want to have more housing that's more affordable to our buyers, home buyers, but I just really want to understand the impacts of the bill, and reading through it with that bracket, I'm just left wondering.
The chair will remind you to
It does.
please confine your questions and remarks to the amendment that's before the House.
Your amendment doesn't do anything to change the bracket, is that correct?
The bill only affects cities that have a population of greater than 150,000. And then it just sets a minimum lot size of 3,000. That's it. And so unless if your cities other than Austin are under the population of 150, then this bill or amendment have no bearing on you.
So in your amendment, you do change it from 1,400 to 3,000. That's a pretty substantive change. I'm curious why you made that change.
In talking to a number of stakeholders over the last couple months, we had a bracket in there dealing with people or populations between 150.
No. I'm not talking about the bracket anymore.
Right, but I'm saying that 3,000 foot applied to them, but because of the point of order, we can't have any kind of bracket like that. So now we just made it apply the same for everyone above 150,000, the same 3,000 square foot minimum.
Okay, so I guess is that changing how many areas of the state already have the size requirements that they currently have?
Many cities, such as Austin, the city of Houston has a minimum lot size of 1,500 square feet, so many cities this bill would not apply to them. It would only apply to cities with a population of 150,000 or more, and they have a minimum lot size that's above 3,000.
So I guess that's where I'm curious, the idea is to try to make our housing more affordable, but it sounds like it really doesn't apply in a whole lot of places that have concerns over affordability.
Well, over time, what's happening now, recently, like the city of Austin reduced their lot size from 5,715 just a year ago to, whatever I said, 1,800 square feet. It's an acknowledgement by cities that there is a significant, the affordability is becoming a real issue. And so a lot of cities are now moving and seeing that the size of the lot is actually restricting more affordable housing. And so that there is a movement in the state of Texas moving in that direction.
And have you gotten feedback since from cities like Bee Cave and Cedar Park and others?
I've talked to the city of Austin, but not to those cities that you mentioned.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, if there's time, the gentleman yield for questions.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Gates. Briefly, because I know we're almost out of time. I'm curious about the lower end of your bracket, why you are picking 150,000 population, or what is that demarcation line? I'm not opposed to it. I'm just curious the rationale. Why 150,000 or more this would apply to? Why less than a 50,000 population there would not be a minimum lot size requirement?
Well, originally I wanted to apply to any population size, but over time and talking to a number of people and just understanding different issues in different communities, we set it. That's why I then decided to try to set it at 150,000 or less, applying nothing, and then having it between 150 up to around 300,000 population being 3,000 feet. And because you can't bracket it, that's why I just went back to original 150.
Okay. Well, I think I understand your intent. I understand that you're trying to pass a bill, so you got to make concessions. I hope as we go forward, if this becomes law, we look at.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Move passage of the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
I respectfully raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 15 on the grounds that the bill has been improperly placed on the major state calendar in violation of Rule 6, Section 7A2.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, please bring your point of order down front. Ms. Gervin Hawkins raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for SB 15 under Rule 6, Section 7A2 on the grounds that the bill is not eligible for placement on the major state calendar. Ms. Gervin Hawkins argues that since the bill is limited in application by classification schemes employing one or more criteria, it cannot be placed on the major state calendar. The chair notes that the rule does not prohibit any bill that employs a classification scheme from being placed on the major state calendar. The rule requires that such a bill establish or change a major field of governmental activity and have major statewide impact. The bill is a major reform of state land use law and will have major implications for housing and economic activity throughout the state. Additionally, Rule 6, Section 25 gives the Committee on Calendars wide discretion in choosing which calendar it will place a bill on. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled.
Looks like David Muir.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Could the chair please say tonight's evening news with ABC? ABC, could the...
Mr. Raymond, that's not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Members, we are back on the Gates Amendment to SB 15. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on, for, or against the amendment? The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to close on the amendment.
I close on the amendment and move for adoption.
Mr. Gates sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gates voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes and 26 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a lot has been made about this bill being about affordability, and you could dive into this bill and determine for yourself if you believe that smaller means more affordable. I think most people would think that that's a common decision that you could make, but I would tell you that here in this city, if you just go over to the east side or go to Redfin or one of your real estate websites, you'll see 1,200 square foot houses that go for $600,000 to $800,000 on split lots, very similar to what you see today. The difference is what they've done here in Austin is they've split A5 residential lots, and in essence, they've created lots of not quite duplexes because they're not connected, but an opportunity for people to build two homes on one home. Some really nice places. In this amendment, what it says because this is so different. Even with the last amendment that was now up to 3,000 square feet, as he said, but the lot sizes are now 30 by 75, which means they're 2,250 square feet. So they're actually still smaller than the average lot size, less than half of what most of Texas lives on, which is what's known as A5, 5,000 square foot lots. So one of the things that I was asking earlier was, should this be done by right? That someone could take 5-acre lot and potentially put hundreds of very small, tiny homes. And when you do the math, most of these houses are going to be anywhere 10 to 12 feet wide, 40 to 50 foot long, and 3 stories tall. That's what it says in the bill as well, that you cannot restrict it to less than 3 stories tall. So imagine that neighborhood, by right, wherever there was a piece of property that just didn't get developed, or maybe even a developer that's building new, and he leaves out a 5-acre section and just leaves it unplatted. I bet that's a really valuable piece of dirt later on when a developer knows that they can put 100 homes on that 5 acres. So even if you believe that this is a good idea, what my amendment does is it simply says, create the zoning class, A5, A7.5, A10, that allows for this and allow your citizens an opportunity to decide. So if you're in a place like where we are here in the Capitol, and you need this type of affordable housing, do it. But do it by way of notification and allow the residents that live next door an opportunity to come before your council and let them voice their opinion. And if it's a good development and your city wants to embrace it, allow them to do it. That's what this amendment does, is it allows for public input.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So you have a larger part of Fort Worth than I do, and I've got Arlington, Hurst, Euless, Bedford, and a small portion of Fort Worth. Are you trying to give your city more local control and more control over whether something like this happens within their city by doing this amendment?
I want the residents where a proposed development's going to go in to know that they're about to have very small houses, and if they support it, let them go before the zoning commission and then finally the city council and state their support or their lack of support for that. Now, they rely on their elected officials on the city council, and if you're pro-density, then you'll elect a pro-density city council person. But I know one thing, they didn't elect their state representatives to decide how their city would develop. Not on that level, not with this kind of density.
So, long term, do you think that these communities will potentially have crime issues, or do you think that they'll have long-term issues in these neighborhoods?
I think depending upon the location, they may be some very expensive, very tall homes. There could also be developers that are going for a specific price point. And there are people that need lower cost homes. And I can see that argument for many people. And I think a city has it within their ability and their right to decide what they need for their city.
Thank you.
Members, I hope that you will support me in this amendment and ensure that every one of our constituents, if this happens in your city, that they have a right to go in and exercise their right before their councils and their zoning commissions. Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gates to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Members, I speak against this amendment because this amendment it would be, if this was to pass, and basically it would allow any city to not even have
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
minimum lot sizes.
Does the gentleman yield?
Just totally.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Well, let me finish. It would totally make it meaningless if this amendment was adopted. So I would not be accepting this amendment. Yes, I'll open for questions.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Do you believe that residents should be silenced when it comes to your law that is affecting someone's neighborhood or someone's, when they bought their home, they moved into a single-family residential area. You don't believe that people should have their voice heard?
Mr. Romero, this bill, first of all, if it's an existing subdivision that's been platted, then this bill has no effect on them. If they have a homeowners association that doesn't allow it, then this bill has no effect on them. This is only for if they have in their deed restrictions that prevent it, then this bill has no effect on them. If there's an agreement between the owners of that subdivision, then this bill has no effect on them. This is only for vacant pieces of land up to 5 acres that have not been, or that are zoned for single-family homes. And it has to be at least 5 acres or more. So you can't just go to a lot next door and put in a smaller home.
Chairman, that's not what I said. I'll ask you again. If there's a neighborhood that's single family, and next to that family or in between two neighborhoods, there happens to be an undeveloped piece of 5 acres, but otherwise, or 10 acres or 20 acres, otherwise all single family, all A5, all A7.5, your bill would allow for density 5 times that amount, 4 times that amount. What I'm asking you is, do you not believe that your bill silences those neighbors from having an opinion into what is allowed? And by this amendment, it simply states they are entitled to a decision, being part of the decision-making process. Why would you keep out your constituents and their ability to be a part of the decision-making process?
Like I said, it has to be 5 acres or more.
That's not what why would you keep your constituents from participating in the decision-making process and development of what is otherwise an all single-family residence?
This is just setting a minimum lot size. What your amendment is trying to do is totally void everything that we're trying to accomplish with this amendment and setting a minimum lot size.
So what you're trying to accomplish is to ensure that people do not have a voice in allowing this kind of development to happen in their community.
No,
you just stated it.
No, it just sets it at a 5,000 or 3,000 minimum lot size.
No, this amendment says people deserve a right to have their voice heard, and by you moving to not adopt this amendment, you are silencing your constituents and ours, and our ability and their ability to determine whether or not it's appropriate. Is that not right?
It is setting a 3,000 minimum lot size. If, with the passage of this bill, then the minimum lot size that a city can impose would be 3,000 feet, 3,000 square feet. That is what the bill does.
The amendment doesn't have anything to do with your lot size. The amendment has only to do with whether or not this should be allowed by right and without any voice from your constituents. This amendment allows your constituents and mine a part of that decision-making process.
Yeah, this amendment would allow, okay, thank you. I ask you to please vote no against this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please vote yes on this amendment. Allow your constituents a right to be heard in their own city.
Mr. Romero sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gates voting no. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Show Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 78 ayes and 47 nays, the amendment is adopted. Is there anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 15? Chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I had to bring my son to the back so Mom could take him, so I apologize for the delay. This is hard for me because the author is a really good friend of mine, but I don't want to take away the ability for my city and the people of the city to be able to control the size of the lots and the homes that are put there. I think it's really important that we think for a moment about what we do up here at the Capitol and how much local control we take away from the local elected officials. I don't like the fact that we're mandating these minimal lot sizes for the people in my community. I have Arlington, I have Dalworthington Gardens, Pantego, Hercules, Bedford, and part of Fort Worth with Ramon Romero and many others here. And so I'm asking you to just consider voting no on this strictly because I think it's important for us to allow these local officials to decide what these lot sizes are. And many of you know what I do for a living. I own a security company, and I'll tell you that these high-density locations cost hundreds of thousands and sometimes a couple of $1 million a year to secure after they've been there 10 to 20 years because of they become crime-ridden. And if these homes end up being the 2- and 3-story homes they're talking about and have minimal cost, I don't feel that they'll be kept up. I think they'll end up getting run down. And I think our police departments will end up doing foot patrol like they do in some of the low-income housing all over Arlington and Fort Worth and Houston. So I'm hoping that you'll consider voting no with me. And like I said, this is a hard thing for me to do because I really have a lot of respect for Chairman Gates. Please vote no with me. I'm going to vote no.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gates to close on the bill.
Members, the average price of a median home in Texas right now is $339,000. And because of today's interest rates of 7.5% to 8%, you need a salary required just to buy an average home in Texas is around $100,000 to $125,000. We're becoming a nation and a state of renters because of the unaffordability of young people to be able to afford housing. The median income in Texas is $76,000. They cannot afford even a $339,000 home. And many of you sitting here in this chamber know that you're living in a house that is well above $339,000, and you're probably sitting on a mortgage that's 3.5% to 4%, 4.5% that you got 4, 5, 6 years ago. We do have an housing affordability crisis, and one of the biggest costs of housing is the cost of the land. I think it's so wrong to try to frame this as somehow it's going to bring in crime or these other things. These are about, you look at the people who came and testified, people who are in their 25, 30 years old who cannot buy housing today. And you're putting them into a situation of having to always be able to rent. By reducing the lot size, which many cities across the state of Texas are moving that way, not only does it reduce the cost of the housing, but you have a lower cost of electricity. You have lower usage of water. So it helps save on water, it helps save on energy. And that's the way that we're just moving nowadays. We have to do something to bring the affordability of the cost of housing.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hicklin, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Representative, we've seen oppressive regulations drive up housing costs, and businesses flee areas like California where we are actually benefiting from that. Can you explain the relationship between lower housing costs and thriving economies?
Right. Many of the people, many cities have average home prices of $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. And there's no way that a young person or a young family can afford that. And that's happening whether it's from California or even Texas. Like I said, Texas ranks 44th out of 50 states about home affordability. In Texas right now, 85% of the people cannot afford to buy a home nowadays. And so this is just one step that doesn't require any kind of taxpayer funding to try to help open up the opportunity for more affordable housing. And the thing is, when you do build a house, it does help increase the revenue of a city because these, if you have a house on every 3,000 square foot and they're paying property taxes, then that's more revenue. The more housing that you have, then the more revenue that there will be for the city.
One of the things that I noticed on the campaign trail is that 9 out of 10 of young voters, like 20s and 30s, their number one issue was the ability to buy a home. Does this bill free the market in a way that makes housing more accessible?
That's right. Young people, and you look at the average age now of people getting married in our country is around 30 years old. The average birth rate is now down to 1.6 births per family. So there is a movement, and I think that's why some cities like Austin or the city of Houston in 1998 went to 1,500 square foot. And the reason the city of Austin went down is because today young people, they're getting married at a later age. They have a much smaller family. And so there's a movement, and there's a movement toward more smaller homes and smaller lot size, and try to frame it that somehow that it's going to create crime and all that stuff is just, it's a wrong argument, when just to even afford the average home today, like I said, you need an average salary of $100,000 to $125,000 a year.
Thank you. It's my understanding that this bill frees up regulations and it emphasizes property rights. Thank you so much for bringing this bill. I'll be voting for it.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Hayes, for what purpose?
will the member yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gates, for bringing this bill. In the interim, Speaker Fielding had appointed a committee to deal with housing affordability, and I believe you served on that committee, and you even led one of the subcommittees.
That's right. In the interim time, we spent a lot of time on trying to come up with the ideas and solutions to bring more affordability.
And I agree with you on lot size reduction. I know when I was a kid, the house we lived in, very modest, single-car garage, detached, 3 bedrooms, one for mom and dad, one for my sister, and one for the 3 brothers, 1 bathroom. But somehow over the years, we've had a housing creep, because it is nicer to have a private bathroom for every bedroom. But the concomitant result of that is housing prices have gone through the roof. Would you agree with that?
That's right. As the housing prices have gone through the roof, many of the people sitting in this chamber probably are sitting on mortgages that they got, like I said, 5 years ago at 3.5% interest rate. And today, they could not afford that house if they had to rebuy it at its today's price with 8%, which is why the number of homes being sold right now are at a significant multi-decade low, is because people are kind of stuck in their houses because they can't afford to buy the same house at today's interest rates, so they're staying in at a low interest rate, and new people cannot buy because of the higher cost of financing.
Right. And what I'm struck to think, you mentioned how if you have a smaller lot, it costs less. The smaller lot would use less water to take care of the yard. You would use less electricity for illumination, less gas for heating. But most importantly, you're going to have lower property taxes. Wouldn't you agree?
That's right.
And you're going to have lower insurance cost.
That's correct. Now with the exemption of up to $140,000, with a much lower cost of housing on a smaller lot, you might now have $250,000 or so for that house. So with the exemption, you'll be paying a much lower property tax. Yes.
When we look like in my hometown of Denton, we have historical neighborhoods where it's just little house after little house after little house, all small lots, smaller than the 3,000 square feet that you have mentioned. And what I think about is the cities don't have to be very concerned about small houses coming in because they already exist in most communities. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. I want to thank you for the bill. And I tell you what, with the amendment that Romero added to your bill, it's just saying municipalities, create another zoning classification that we can move this type of product in. And I think that'll serve us well. Thank you for bringing the bill, and I'll be supporting it.
You're welcome. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 15. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gates voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting no. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. There being 87 ayes and 48 nays, SB 15 is passed at third reading. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR number 52 by Hinojosa, returning House Bill number 1240 to the Senate for further consideration.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate has requested to recall HB 1240 for further consideration. This resolution authorizes the House to return House Bill 1240 to the Senate. House Bill 1240 relates to certain governmental operations affecting the border region. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Can you help us understand what your attempt is trying to do and what the purpose of that motion is?
The Senate has requested to recall House Bill 1240 for further consideration, and this requires a resolution authorizing the House to return that bill to the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Guillen, I know Senate Bill 1240 had picked up some amendments in the Senate. Is there request to pull the bill back over to the Senate related to those amendments?
I would imagine so.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what's likely to happen if we do send the bill over there?
I would imagine that they're either going to remove the amendment or change the amendment in some way.
Okay. Why wouldn't they do that in conference instead?
This is at their request.
Okay.
They must have made a mistake on their amendment.
Yeah, Representative Guillen, would you be open to pulling this down for a little bit just to discuss with a few of us who have concerns?
No.
Okay. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Can you describe to us the consequences of this motion passing or failing?
If this resolution is adopted, then the bill will be put on a message back to the Senate.
And Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Would the Senate then be free to amend the bill and send it back to us in a different form?
That would be up to the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
What is the vote threshold for this motion? Or for this SCR?
The adoption of the privileged resolution is a simple majority.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is this a debatable motion?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas voting nay. There being 85 ayes and 58 nays, the resolution is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading SB 800. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 800 by Zapparini, relating to a public institution of higher education's orientation on the sexual harassment, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking policy.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 800 would direct each post-secondary institution beginning with the 2025-26 academic year to include a video as part of its orientation for entering freshmen and undergrad transfer students. I believe there is an amendment.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
No, not on this one? Yes, I'll take care of
The
it.
gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Representative Wilson. This is a great bill. I think it's a wonderful idea to make sure students are getting information during their orientation. Is that something that has been done in the past? I'm not familiar with requiring new students to watch a video in orientation.
It's not a state requirement. It's actually each higher education institution fits that in, and this just codifies it across the board.
Okay, so previously it wasn't a state requirement, but the
Not that I know of.
okay, but now it will be. I don't know if you recall last session I passed a bill, the Natalia Cox Act, in which it was named after a woman who tragically lost her life and was in college. She was a resident of my district, but she was at Houston-Tillotson University. So will your bill cover every university and college in this state?
It will, and look, as far as I know, I don't know a university that does not already do this orientation, but what it does is it identifies the names of the institution's Title IX coordinator and any deputy coordinators. It states the location and contact information of the Title IX office, and it describes the services provided by that Title IX office.
And so what are the services that a Title IX office provides? And the reason for the question is, again, the tragedy that Natalia Cox faced, she didn't have the information that could have saved her life. And so I'm hopeful that your bill will actually ensure that more students do have that information.
Yes, and Senator Zaffarini's bill basically adheres to that because it provides them a place to go to be able to answer those questions.
So, for example, one of the things that happened last session with the Natalia Cox Act is there is some information about the fact that someone that's in a domestic violence situation, a dating violence situation, or even just a terroristic threat can do things like get a protective order, or they can exit their lease agreement in order to keep themselves safe. Do you know, is a Title IX office or the people who work within the office aware of this so that they can give it to any student that comes in to the office?
And that's why they have the orientation video to basically outline those things, and that is why they're called the coordinator.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like this would be really great information. I just want to emphasize how, this hopefully will save lives, and I appreciate you carrying the bill.
I do too, and thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a quick question?
Yes, please.
The
Thank
gentleman
you.
yields for questions.
Yeah, thank you for talking to me earlier about the possibility of amending this, but we discussed and we agreed that the video is already going to be sent to every institution of higher education so that they can have that issued and have it in their orientation. So
Right, and it's not the state providing the video. It's basically the higher education
Higher
will
education,
generate their own
correct.
video. That's correct.
okay, and so I appreciate that. That's great, and it'd be helpful if they knew where their campus
That's right. I
police
agree.
are, but it's not practical for this purposes for this video. But nevertheless, I appreciate what you're doing and what Senator Zaffarini is doing to make sure that students are made aware and where they can go to if they're having these issues.
Thank you, Representative. And I know your concern is, do they actually enable an understanding if they do have an issue to be able to get in touch with law enforcement? And I think that would fits right in that.
And
that
hopefully
scope.
when they go to the Title IX office, they will have that information and will be able
Exactly.
to give that to them and say, here's where our law enforcement office is, and they will be able
They
to
wouldn't
help.
be much of a coordinator if they did not.
That's
I
it.
agree with you, ma'am.
Thank you so
so much
much.
for your, yes, ma'am.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, according to the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, 2 in 5 women and 1 in 5 men in Texas have been sexually assaulted. The Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network estimates that out of every 1,000 sexual assaults, only 230 are reported to the police, and 46 will lead to an arrest. 9 cases get referred to prosecutors, 5 will lead to a felony conviction, and only 4.6 rapists will be incarcerated. Members, that's out of 1,000 sexual assaults, only 4.6 will be incarcerated. In Texas, data from the FBI shows that in 2020, over 13,000 rapes were reported to Texas law enforcement agencies, but only 3% of those got a full investigation and trial. The Institute for Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault found that only 9% of survivors in Texas report their assault, which means that in 2020, more than 100,000 sexual assaults were not reported by survivors. There are many reasons why a survivor may not report an assault. We know sexual assault is often not a stranger crime, so reporting your assault may mean reporting a family member or friend. Some survivors may not know where to go, or if they are uninsured, may believe they cannot afford the cost of the forensic exam. This is especially true for college students. Studies indicate that almost 5 million college-age students are uninsured, and an even higher percentage experience food insecurity. College students are simply more likely to avoid doing certain things if they believe it is outside of their already limited budget. My amendment could help increase reporting rates among college students by empowering students with the information they need to decide if and when they want to report. Members, my amendment is simple. It requires this course to include information on where a student would go to report a sexual assault and the availability of financial support through the Crime Victims Compensation Program. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to speak for the amendment.
It's been a busy day, I'm sorry.
Yes, members, as I look at the amendment, again, how to report a sexual assault to the institution, that's obviously within the scope, and as far as information to an already established program, it's acceptable to the author.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close on the amendment.
Thank you, members. I move adoption.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote is requested. Vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 94 ayes and 44 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wally.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under part of the empowerment for sexual assault
education for a lot of these students. Under current law, on the back of the student ID cards, there's already under the Education Code, Section 51.91914B, there are certain numbers that are already mandated to be printed on that. One is the crisis text line. The other is the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. What we're doing with this amendment is including the National Sexual Assault Hotline to be included on the back, to be printed on the back of those college IDs prospectively. And I did speak with our counterparts in the Senate to get their okay, and also with Chairman Wilson, and I believe this is acceptable to the author as well.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to speak for the amendment.
Yes, members, as stated, already on the ID card is the National Suicide Prevention, as well as the crisis text line already on their ID cards, especially when you consider that these new students would be receiving their new ID card and then going to this orientation with the film. This makes sense. It's acceptable to the author.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally to close on the amendment.
I close.
Mr. Wally sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes and 39 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rose.
A list of local community and statewide organizations that provide support services to survivors. No, I did not.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Do you have here's a copy.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, victims of sexual assault, harassment, and stalking often report feeling isolated and disconnected from others following an act of sexual violence. According to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, 1 in 5 women and 1 in 16 men are sexually assaulted while in college. And it is estimated that 90% of these crimes, on college campuses are never reported. These feelings of isolation and helplessness can be especially heightened for college students who are away from their traditional support networks, including family, friends, and counselors for the first time. This amendment requires that the freshman orientation provide these students with a list of community and statewide organizations that provide support services to survivors. Members, this is a simple amendment that can make a world of a difference for a college freshman by letting them know out the gate that there is a large network of state and local and national groups who are willing to believe their stories and provide support. And I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to speak on the amendment. For the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an orientation with an orientation film. Most universities do this already, but seeing this list in terms of resources to go to is something that obviously would be covered in the orientation, so therefore this is acceptable to the author.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose to close on the amendment.
I close. Move adoption.
The question, Ms. Rose sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the motion to adopt the amendment, on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Ms. Rose voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes and 50 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to close on the, excuse me. Back up, members. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think we can all agree that student organizations are an integral part of cultivating a vibrant, welcoming campus environment where students feel encouraged to connect with others who have a shared interest or body. Student organizations can include intramural sports, religious spiritual organizations, student government, advocacy groups, business clubs, community service and volunteer organizations, Greek life. I can tell you from a personal experience, Greek life was very important for me as a student on campus. I was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, and it allowed me to have a sense of brotherhood and camaraderie with people who had similar interests as I did. While these organizations provide an enriching source of community for many students, it's important to recognize that some of these organizations have events off campus where alcohol can be served. Studies have found that 75% of sexual assaults on college campuses occur when the perpetrator is under the influence of alcohol. In many cases, the victim is also intoxicated. Research shows that sexual assault has been found to be especially prevalent for individuals participating in Greek life, when men in fraternities being 3 times more likely to commit rape, and women in sororities being 75% more likely to be raped than other college women. Let me be abundantly clear. I am not citing these statistics to suggest that every individual participating in a fraternity is a bad actor, or participating in Greek life or other student organizations should be discouraged due to the possibility that alcohol could be present at an event. When consumed in moderation by students of age, this can be a perfectly normal way for students to socialize with their peers. I'm simply pointing out that we can take action to ensure that incoming freshmen and transfer students are given information on how to safely participate in campus culture on and off campus. This amendment would require higher ed institutions to include information on best practices for campus culture and safety. The higher ed institutions would have the discretion to establish the format and content of the orientation. Members, let's make sure that freshmen are being provided with information that encourages responsible and safe participation in student organization and events that occur off campus. And with that, I move adoption.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, before we start adding the camping club and the airline club and the football club and all other clubs, the bottom line, let me remind you the purpose of this bill. It is to identify the Title IX coordinator. It is to establish the location of the Title IX locator and to understand or provide the information of the services of the Title IX coordinator. I do not concur with this amendment. I encourage you to vote no.
Mr. Reynolds to close.
What I'm simply trying to do is to make sure that we provide some best practices for these students. We know that many of these students, this is their first time away from home. Many of these students have never lived on campus or off campus. So this is simply to provide best practices to equip them, to prepare them for the freedoms that they're newfound on campus. And with that, I ask that you support this amendment. Thank you.
Record vote on the Reynolds amendment. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 53 ayes, 84 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Mr. Wilson to close.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 96 ayes, 46 nays. Senate Bill 800 passes third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 790. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 790 by Alvarado, relating to the procedure for resolving certain customer complaints before the Public Utility Commission of Texas.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows the PUC to create a simplified complaint and dispute resolution process for tenants and landlords. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 112 ayes, 29 nays. Senate Bill 790 passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 748. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 748 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of laser hair removal.
Mr. Gerdes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 748 is a cleanup bill clarifying TDLR's enforcement authority to the correct subchapter and removing redundant signage requirements. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 129 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 748 passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 571. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 571 by Betancourt relating to the eligibility of certain contract employees to provide services to a public school and access to the registry of persons who are not eligible for employment at public schools.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent sessions, going back to 2017 and 2019, the legislature has passed a series of bills to address inappropriate relationships between teachers and students. Senate Bill 571 in front of you now continues to build upon these efforts and continue to close loopholes to protect our students across the state. I do have an amendment.
Following amendment. Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, which should be up on your screens now, just addresses the concerns brought by some of allegations that are proven to be false and allowing someone falsely accused to have that removed from their file. Move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends out amendments. It's sent to the author. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 131 ayes, 2 nays. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move final passage of Senate Bill 571.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Little voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 134 ayes, 2 nays. Senate Bill 571 passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 1957. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1957 by Hagenview relating to the eligibility of a person to serve on a civilian oversight board.
Ms. Hickland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1957 promotes the integrity of civilian oversight boards by ensuring that persons convicted of felonies and crimes of moral turpitude are unable to participate as board members.
Follow. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Will the lady yield for questions?
General yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hickland. Thank you, Ms. Hickland. What is the current rule?
The current rule?
Yes.
There are boards that are established for oversight. This provides standards for those boards.
Are there existing standards for those boards, composition?
That's a great question. So typically, one moment. The current board. So typically in many communities, residents participate to some degree in overseeing their local law enforcement agencies. The degree varies. Most active citizen oversight boards investigate allegations of police misconduct and recommend actions to the chief or sheriff. Other citizen boards review the findings of internal police investigations and recommend that the chief or sheriff approve or reject the findings.
And one of the changes you're making is including crimes or moral turpitude, correct?
That's correct.
Can y'all? And what is a crime of moral turpitude?
So it's not specifically defined in our code, so we go to a generally accepted definition of the term, which is understood as an act that is inherently base, vile, or depraved, violating accepted standards of morality and duties owed to other or society.
So you all understand under Texas law, crime. Can y'all? I can't even hear myself. A crime of moral turpitude under Texas law would include something like shoplifting,
That's right, theft.
okay? Even a Class C shoplifting.
That's right, theft.
And it would include like a bounce check,
That is also theft.
okay? It would include an allegation of domestic violence,
That's correct.
okay? Does your bill have limitations on how long ago those things were?
No, it doesn't.
So if somebody had, let's say when they were 19, picked up a shoplifting charge, and 30 years later they want to serve on this board, they would now be prohibited.
Sure, I understand that concern, but to be in a place of judgment, to serve on an oversight board, an individual needs to exhibit that they have an understanding of the high moral standard to be in a place to have judgment over law enforcement.
No, absolutely, but the idea is that people can change, people can fix their lives, people can learn and grow and do better. Again, you know, the reason I'm asking for why this does not have a time limitation on it is because so many people, even people in this very body, when they were younger, may have picked up charges for this or that, right? And especially something like bouncing a check, right? Which somebody, if you're a college student and the funds are tight and you thought you had enough but it bounced, right? That conviction, that charge, 20, 30 years later, with somebody who's now become an attorney, become a doctor, or whatever it is, even though like they're licensed by the state or they serve in other capacities, they would now be forbidden from serving on these boards because of a mistake 20, 30 years ago. Is that
Sure.
correct?
That is correct according to this bill, and I understand the point that you're making, even reflective of this body. We are a representative body.
Absolutely.
So I absolutely see value in those stories of victories. In this case, it is a specific standard for individuals who will be serving an oversight capacity of law enforcement that really need to have those standards and be above reproach.
And the same thing, we stand even higher. Our body not only oversees law enforcement, we oversee the people who oversee law
Yes,
enforcement.
sir. I'm not suggesting those standards for this body.
But I'm just as a point of logical debate. If the people overseeing these boards have fewer restrictions than the people on the boards themselves, that seems a little unfair. That we would give each other leeway to have mistakes in the past, but not the people that we're overseeing.
This is a specific board with specific functions.
I get it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment addresses the unclear prohibition of individuals who have been charged with a crime of moral turpitude. The term crime of moral turpitude is not defined in Texas law. This subjective standard would not give cities that have or may have a civilian oversight board enough clarity about the limitation of who will qualify for this voluntary position and who will not. This amendment strikes the term crime of moral turpitude and keeps it as a person convicted of or placed on deferred adjudication, community supervision for a felony offense. This keeps the essence of the bill, but removes the ambiguity around who the restrictions apply to. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for
Gentlemen
some
yield
questions?
for questions?
Yes, I'll be
He
happy
yields for
to.
questions.
Thank you so much for offering this amendment, Representative Reynolds. When I was looking over the bill, I had the same thought and was pleased to see that you'd already filed this amendment. Now, isn't it correct that crime of moral turpitude is an inexact standard that catches some crimes that would surprise us and some that would not?
That is correct.
Are you aware that Texas courts have found that aggravated assault isn't a crime of moral turpitude?
I am.
but yet they have found that writing a bad check or shoplifting is a crime of moral turpitude.
That is peculiar, but that is correct.
Does it make sense to you that aggravated assault, if it was at a misdemeanor level, wouldn't be a barrier under this bill, but a Class C shoplifting misdemeanor would be?
It doesn't make sense to me.
And Representative Reynolds, correct me if I'm wrong, but a Class C or a Class B misdemeanor isn't going to disqualify someone from serving as a law enforcement officer, is it?
That is correct.
So somebody could be qualified to serve as a law enforcement officer with a badge and a gun, but that same person would not be qualified to be on their own oversight commission?
And that is the reason why I filed this amendment.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's a great amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker?
For what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield for
He yields
questions.
for questions.
Thank you. Do you know how often people get convicted of a crime of moral turpitude?
I'm not advised.
And do you know if it's, do they tend to be misdemeanor type charges? Do you know?
I believe they tend to be misdemeanor offenses.
Because when I was doing some research on it, I was trying to find what types of variations of punishment there is for these particular crimes. They can range from lying to a police officer. It can range from failure to stop to render aid, mail fraud, writing a hot check that maybe you unintentionally wrote a bad check. But one of the definitions, because there's not an exact definition, it can vary by context, right? One of the standards, or I guess definitions that I found, was it would be something that's against societal standards of justice and integrity. Don't you think you find that to be more of a subjective type of
very
definition?
subjective. That begs the problem. There's so much subjectivity to that. There has been some definitions of what constitutes a crime of moral turpitude. A wicked, deviant behavior constituting an immoral or unethical or unjust departure from ordinary standards, such that it would shock a community. And that comes from the Wex Legal Dictionary. But you're right, there's so much subjectivity and so much ambiguity.
And do you think that would be, if that language stays in the bill, that would be something that could be misused by somebody to keep somebody off of this board or commission or council?
Absolutely. I think it could be used and misused and abused. And that is why we need more clarity, because some people could choose to weaponize it in a subjective way to keep people off that they didn't want to be on.
Okay. No, I thank you for filing this amendment. I think it really does, take away some subjectiveness that I think that could be misused by someone to keep someone off the board. Thank you.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Ms. Hicklin in opposition. No. Ms. Hicklin on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think there are some great points to this amendment, and I would like to leave it up to the will of the body. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm not trying to take away from our bill. I'm simply trying to make it clear so that we don't have ambiguity and subjectivity that could preclude people from serving. With that, I ask that you vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will yield for questions.
Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, to be clear, your amendment would limit it to felonies and what else?
So what my amendment is it doesn't change the context of the bill. I'm going to move to accept the amendment. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the Reynolds amendment. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Buckley voting aye. Ms. Troxclair voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Hickman voting aye. Have all members voted? 78 ayes, 61 nays. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Hickman to close.
Okay, thank you, members. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? 111 ayes, 12 nays. Senate Bill 1957 passed third reading. Please excuse Mr. Anchia because of an illness on motion of Mr. Rosenthal. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1923 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Representative Linda Garcia, Representative Dutton.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1923. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1923 by West, relating to the modification of a court order based on a parental-child safety placement agreement or an authorization agreement with an adult caregiver.
Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill allows child support to follow the child with an authorization agreement for non-parent adult caregivers under Chapter 34 of the Family Code. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Davis voting aye. Have all members voted? Smithy voting aye. 132 ayes, 7 nays. Senate Bill 1923 passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1896. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1896 by Huffman, relating to the provision of information regarding an arrested person to a magistrate for purposes of an order of emergency protection.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1896 simply requires a law enforcement officer to provide certain information to a magistrate so that the magistrate can issue an order of emergency protection without delay, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1896 passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1760. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1760 by Zaffarini, relating to guardianships for persons who are incapacitated, charging a fee.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker and members, you helped me with the pimps this morning. Now I want you to help me with the people who have guardianships. When a guardianship is transferred from one court to the other, we want to make sure that two things happen. All of the documents from the court that's being transferred to receive all of those documents. And number two, the person are not gouged for prices of fees. So we want to make sure that we're going to fix the fees so there won't be any gouging. I think there are some amendments.
Following amendment. Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
We want to limit the fees to $80 rather than $135.
Ms. Thompson sends out an amendment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what we're adding here is additional documentation when the documents come over and when the reports are filed that include like receipts and invoices. Move adoption.
Mr. Hayes sends an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Clerk, ring the bell. So Ms. Thompson voting aye, Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 142 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Thompson to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all Ms. Weiner voting aye. 143 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1760 passes third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1335. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1335 by Zaffarini, relating to a decedent's estates.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1335 makes adjustments to the Estates Code to improve estate administration efficiency, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1335 passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 2368. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2368 by Campbell, relating to affiliation with certain foreign entities of certain persons working or participating in the electricity market, increasing administrative penalty.
Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an update to the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act that we have passed over the last two sessions. This seeks to prevent ERCOT market participants from giving hostile foreign nations access to critical infrastructure in Texas, and I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
Mr. Patterson on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply raises the administrative fee, also ensures that business entities must report to ERCOT when they purchase critical grid equipment or services from designated hostile foreign nations. It also makes sure that if they fail to provide the required report or report falsely on individuals that may have visited certain countries, that they can be held accountable. And I move adoption.
Mr. Patterson says amendment is acceptable to the author. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 0 nays. Amendment is adopted. Mr. Patterson.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passed third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 3 nays. Senate Bill 2368 passed third reading. Mr. Gates for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 2477 to designate the following members as co-sponsor, Murata Shaw.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2477. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2477 by Bettencourt, relating to certain municipal and county regulation of conversion of certain office buildings to mixed use and multifamily residential occupancy.
Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, this bill, House Senate Bill 2477, allows empty or unused office buildings to be converted to residential by right, and I have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendments.
Amendment by Patterson.
Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this first amendment would harmonize this bill with Senate Bill 840, meaning this bill, for it to become law, 840 has to become law as well. And this legislation, or this amendment rather, also amends a section relating to cities being able to enforce short-term rental requirements and historical landmark regulations. Specifically, that cities can apply their sewer and water access requirements, building codes, and stormwater mitigation requirements, and that cities can enforce deed restrictions to the extent authorized by state law. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the amendment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 128 ayes, 4 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the second amendment would ensure that impact fees assessed by the cities for these conversions are only prohibited for development where water and wastewater demands remain unchanged, meaning that the city could require additional fees if it's required to upgrade the water and wastewater infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. This is a very interesting bill. The buildings we're talking about, are these public buildings or are these private buildings?
Well, we're on the amendment right now, sir, but this would be...
I'll strike that and I'll wait for the bill itself.
Okay.
Patterson sends an amendment. Second for the author. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 2 nays. Amendment is adopted. Ms. Patterson on the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for
Gentleman
questions?
yield for questions?
Yes.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. This is a very interesting bill. The buildings that we're talking about, are they abandoned buildings or just underutilized?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in theory it could be both, but really what it's geared for is abandoned buildings in a lot of our downtown centers. You know, this is a situation where after COVID-19, a lot of workers started staying at home. And so we ended up with a lot of these office buildings that were empty.
and vacant. And so what this bill really allows is for a developer to come in and to adjust the purpose of that building from a commercial office building to becoming either like mixed use residential, where it's like, I'm pretty sure in the bill it's 65% residential or more, or just fully residential building. Obviously, there's a lot of cost associated with converting a building,
Right.
And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to help offset some of those costs with reduced fees. But as you heard in the amendments, we want to make sure and keep the cities whole if they're having to upgrade their infrastructure related to the buildings.
And so, again, we're not talking about public buildings. We're not talking about governmental buildings. This is purely private. We're allowing a private property owner to develop their underused or abandoned building faster at a cheaper rate, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, just imagine. I mean, in fact, I live in one of these buildings when I'm here in Austin that used to be an office building, and it is now residential. So this does happen, and this would allow it to happen more often.
Okay. And with your amendments that you added on, there's still the protections for making sure the city has the ability to put in water, put in sewer. Those are all protected now, correct?
Yes, sir. And actually, that second amendment that I added was brought to me by the city of Houston.
Okay.
Some concerns that they had about, their infrastructure in place. And so we want to make sure and protect that in their investment, and make sure that we're not putting a huge burden back on the taxpayers of the cities to upgrade that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think this is a great idea.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Knows for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy
He
to.
yields for questions.
Representative Patterson, you brought this bill before a committee I sit on. I voted against it because I preferred a different version of this. But you're aligning now your bill with one that you've worked closely with the cities on to make sure that a lot of those issues are correct, and are corrected. Isn't that right through your amendments?
Yeah, I mean, the last thing that we're wanting to do is create an additional burden on the cities and thereby the taxpayers that all pay into to fund the city, right? So all we're trying to do here is we're trying to help with housing costs. We're trying to bring more housing available, especially to downtowns where some of these buildings are vacant. And we feel like that this is a great opportunity to do that with this bill.
One of the issues we have in downtown Austin is that we're losing businesses in the commercial properties, right? Because there's more remote work that's happening post-pandemic, but housing is still a huge concern. And so I appreciate your creative outside-the-box thinking when it comes to figuring out how we create more housing, more density where we need it, and use pre-existing structures. So
Yes,
thank you
ma'am.
for this bill. I'll be voting for it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 123 ayes, 18 nays. Senate Bill 2477 passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 2587. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2587 by Zapparini, relating to access to and use of certain criminal history record information.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a follow-up to last session's House Bill 4123 that brings our state further in line with federal standards for handling criminal background information. The bill protects sensitive information, supports agency operations, and keeps Texas aligned with federal requirements. We do have an amendment.
Following amendment. Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment clarifies language related to the Texas Department of Insurance based upon agency feedback. It simply lists all specific licenses for clarity. Move adoption.
Mr. Guillen sends out amendments. A record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Guillen voting aye. Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Patterson voting aye. 141 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you heard, the bill deals with criminal background checks that are required for many positions that the government oversees. The main purpose of this amendment is to add guardians. It's acceptable to Senator Zaffarini, who asked that we add it, and it's acceptable to the author,
Move
Mr. Hayes
adoption.
sends up an amendment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 2587 passed third reading. Mr. Guillen to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passed third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 143 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 2587 passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. 2972. Clerk read the bill.
SB 2972 by Creighton relating to expressive activities at public institutions of higher education.
Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm actively working with many of you and with our Senate counterparts on some amendments this evening that will address some of the concerns with this bill. And so to allow time for that, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 2972 until 6:45 p.m. tonight.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 2986. Clerk read the bill.
SB 2986 by Campbell relating to the protection from adverse action against public schools and institutions of higher education for permitting religious organizations use of facilities.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill 2986 permits public schools and universities to allow after-hours religious group facility use under the same fair market terms as other nonprofits. The bill prohibits state entities from taking adverse action against a school or district for use of their facilities, and importantly, the bill is permissive. I do have a floor amendment.
Following amendment. Clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Goodness. Members, this amendment removes language from a Senate floor amendment that unintentionally placed restrictions on religious student organizations that are not applicable for non-religious student organizations, and we, of course, want to treat both the same. Move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there record vote has been requested on all amendments? Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 124 ayes, 13 nays, Senate bill, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close.
Move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2972. Record vote has been requested. Clerk will read the bell. 2986. 2986. Everybody know what they're voting on now? Have all members voted on Senate Bill 2986? Show Mr. Bell and Montgomery voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 117 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 2986 passes to third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Could we ask that, especially on amendments, that we slow down just a tiny bit? Because that last one was pulling up as we were voting.
Understood.
So
make sure to flag those for my attention.
I
Thank you,
tried
Mr.
to.
Wu. Chair lays out on second reading SB 2965. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2965 by Creighton relating to territory in an emergency services district that is annexed by a municipality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in fast-growing regions, emergency service districts, commonly referred to as ESDs, have been created as the local solution for funding and providing firefighting protection and emergency medical services. Under current law, when a municipality acts to de-annex territory from the ESD, notification of intent to remove the territory is required. A major issue exists in current law that it does not contain a mechanism to verify whether the municipality is prepared to provide service or not, and the consequence is slower response times to our constituents, which places our ESDs in a very difficult position of having to continue to provide service. This bill requires the ESD, rather than being automatically de-annexed, requires municipal notice, requires the board to evaluate and respond within 30 days, and defines level of service in clear measurable criteria such as response times, resource deployment, and dispatch locations for fire suppression and emergency response. Does not hinder municipal annexation of growth, but does facilitate making certain that our public safety services remain uninterrupted, and I believe there is an amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is there a translation for that?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
I don't think I understood more than like 5 words of that.
It's all in Texan.
We'll translate that later. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Villalobos.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the amendment.
This amendment adds an arbitration process in the event that the ESD board and the municipality are not on the same page. Corpus Christi, Georgetown, Fort Worth, Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, and Austin firefighter municipalities all worked with Parker County and Montgomery ESD to come to an agreement on this amendment to ensure that there's an arbitration process and that citizens aren't double taxed without a say. I move adoption.
Ms. Villalobos sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell Montgomery voting aye, Mr. Patterson voting aye, Ms. Villalobos voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes, 11 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to close.
Move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2965. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye, Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 9 nays, Senate Bill 2965 passes to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1563 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Josie Garcia.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 1563. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1563 by Menendez relating to county jailer training on interacting with veterans and the criminal justice system.
Chair recognizes Ms. Plessa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1563 seeks to improve outcomes for justice-involved veterans by equipping county jailer staff with the tools necessary to recognize and respond to the unique challenges faced by this population, particularly in relation to mental health and trauma stemming from military service.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
will the gentle lady yield
Lady
for
yield
questions?
for questions. Lady yields.
Absolutely.
Do you know that the Texas Conservative Coalition recommended an opposed vote on this bill because of the role of government and because of the lack of guidelines in place for the training it mandates, raising the possibility that jailers receiving training in interacting with veterans could be at odds with the best course of action in that particular encounter?
I wasn't aware with that recommendation, but I do know that the Texas Policy Research Organization has given a recommendation to this bill as a yes, and I quote them, SB 1563 is fiscally conservative in design, aiming to enhance public service outcomes through improved training without expanding government spending. It represents a low-cost policy change with potential long-term benefits for both correctional staff and veteran populations involved in the criminal justice system.
Well, you raise a very good point that really members of this body could go either way on this issue. And it struck me that even though you voted in favor of SJR 87 today and you're present on the floor, you were not here to take a vote on SJR 87 today.
I think that we should stay on this bill and not
Thank
a bill
you.
that...
Members will confine their remarks to the bill at hand.
Hi, well,
Mr. Lowe, for what purpose?
will the gentle lady yield for questions?
Lady yield for
Absolutely,
questions.
Representative.
Lady yields.
Hi, so I'm a veteran and I worked in a detention facility, a jail. It's a very complex environment, so I've just got a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
As a veteran, I'm wondering, why did you think this bill was necessary?
Well, as many of our colleagues know, the county jails tend to be the #1 mental health provider in our counties. And just this last year, on April of 2024, Anthony Johnson Jr., a 31-year-old Marine veteran diagnosed with schizophrenia and experiencing a mental health crisis, died in Tarrant County Jail custody after being restrained by jailers. His death highlights the critical need for jail staff to properly train and recognize and respond to the unique needs of our veterans in our county jails.
Okay, what kind of training, though, will jailers actually receive?
Well, as you know, from your time serving in combat and being a veteran, our veterans populations have very specific needs. They have PTSD, they have traumatic brain injuries, they deal sometimes with substance abuse. So this bill will help our county jailers understand how to de-escalate and what those implications are on our veterans. And so that's the intent of this bill.
Okay, who will help design this training? Is it T-Cole? Is it the Sheriff's Department that's running the jail? Please explain that.
Thank you so much for that question, Representative. It's a very important question. T-Cole already has this training created, and it's just going to get rolled into what county jailers are going to do in continuing education. So it's not going to be any extra cost or any extra time for them.
Okay, will this be one-time training or is it ongoing training?
It's just a one-time specialized training module, sir.
Okay, will this program be mandatory for all counties?
Yes, sir. As I've said before, our county jails are the #1 provider of mental health in our counties, and so we hope to have this implemented in all 254 counties.
As a fiscal conservative, I am concerned about the financial burden that we continue placing on the sheriff's departments, sheriff's offices, and their jails. So can you please explain that?
I agree with you. We need to be very fiscally conservative when we look at our budgets. And so that's why this bill, like I've said to you before, to Representative Troxclair, it is a fiscally conservative design bill. There is no cost on our county jailers, and there is no cost on our counties to implement this.
Okay, last question. What is your vision of this legislation? What is the outcome you hope to achieve?
Yes, sir. My hope is that we don't have continued instances like what we saw in Tarrant County with Anthony Johnson Jr. We want to prevent these instances. We want to make sure that our veterans, even if they are serving time in our county jails, are protected.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I thank you for your JA, and I move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hicklin, for what purpose?
I just have one quick question.
Is the lady yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Lady
Thank
yields.
you. Do you recall us passing the bill by Representative Romero that requires us to notify the Texas Veterans Commission anytime a veteran is arrested?
I'm not sure about that bill. I'm laying out Senator Menendez's bill right now.
The
so
only reason I'm asking is to compare the services and where this would fill in those gaps.
like I said, I am not advised as to the bill that you're referring to.
Okay, well, we passed it in the House. We all voted on it already.
We've passed over 3,000 bills.
Okay.
We've taken over 3,000 votes
No
in the
problem.
House, so I'm sorry that, we are
Representative-
also running on low sleep. So.
Thank you for your concern for our veterans.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your questions, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1563. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Ms. Hickling voting no. Have all members voted? There being 80 ayes and 64 nays, Senate Bill 1563 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1467. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1467 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to death records maintained by the Vital Statistics Unit of the Department of State Health Services and provided to certain hospitals.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, interestingly enough, and I think kind of sad, a recent study found that according to hospital records, 1 in 5 patients listed as alive with serious illness were actually deceased. And unfortunately, that has led to some very upset families and inaccurate hospital records that result in families receiving medical bills, appointment reminders, and prescriptions even for loved ones who have passed away. The simple solution to that is to allow the Department of State Health Services to share limited death record information, full name, date of birth, county of residence, with hospitals so that their records can be updated timely to prevent these unfortunate circumstances. This data is already shared with the Department of Public Safety and the Secretary of State, and hospitals are required under federal law to safeguard all protected health information
so there's no worry of the data leaking out. And Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1467. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Olivison voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1467 passes to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 1164. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1164 by Zaffarini relating to emergency detention of certain persons evidencing mental illness and to court-ordered inpatient and extended mental health services.
Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Hello, friends. If you've ever had the honor of carrying a bill for Senator Zaffarini, you probably are familiar with a bill packet like this. Now, this is one of the smaller ones. And I have been advised, obviously, our layout time is only 10 minutes for a bill. So I'm going to try to get as much of this read as I can in those 10 minutes so y'all are fully aware of what this bill does. I can do the condensed version? Condensed version. Okay, Ms. Thompson says short version. Revises the emergency detention form to ensure peace officers. Well, let's just shorten this up even more. The Judicial Commission on Mental Health has recommended these changes in working on emergency detention orders. This has been revised throughout the process to make sure all the stakeholders have their input because we were talking about very sensitive situations, and I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Winter, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman, yield for questions.
I don't know that I want to, but okay.
Gentleman has decided to yield.
Representative Moody, you just made fun of Senator Zaffarini's binders.
That is not true. No.
Are you worried you're not going to get your trail mix?
I've already got my trail mix, thank you. And it was delicious. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1164. The clerk, record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. So Speaker Moody voting aye. Thank you. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Money voting nay. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 57 nays, Senate Bill 1164 passes to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 1137. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1137 by Miles relating to group home consultant referrals creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1137 seeks to stop consultants from referring individuals to unlicensed or unapproved group homes unless no licensed options are available or the individual specifically requests an unlicensed facility. SB 1137 creates clear legal accountability for consultants who ignore these safeguards, helping to protect the safety and well-being of individuals in need. It passed unanimously out of both of its committees and 30-1 in the Senate. Go away, Rep. King. I move passage.
All right. Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1137. This is the record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 101 ayes, 34 nays, Senate Bill 1137 passes to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 614. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 614 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the authority of the Texas Forensic Science Commission to review and refer certain cases to the Office of Capital and Forensic Writs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under current law, the Texas Forensic Science Commission can only refer a case to the Office of Capital and Forensic Writs if it's the subject of an active investigation. This bill changes that. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 614. This record vote, clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Patterson running. Have all members voted? There being 133 ayes, 10 nays, Senate Bill 614 is passed to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 705. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 705 by Zaffarini relating to the Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Contractors Advisory Board.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 705 is a cleanup bill for TDLR Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Contractors Advisory Board structure. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 705. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes, 29 nays, Senate Bill 705 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 961. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 961 by Colcourse relating to fraud prevention and verifying eligibility for benefits under Medicaid.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill protects our Medicaid money from those who are not eligible. It codifies the Medicaid eligibility process in the agency side in regards to the verification of self-reported eligibility criteria, and it directs and it requires healthcare providers to submit reimbursement claims that reflect the provider who truly rendered the services. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Winter, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Lady yield for questions.
I will.
Lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Noble. Could you explain more about how this verification process would function?
Yeah, it's actually not as complicated as it may look in the bill. It actually just has them, so what self-verified means, when you turn in your application, you say, I earn $5 a month. And they can't just go on your say-so. That's what self-verified means. So they're looking outside of that information to verify, and we've done other bills that verify what those things are, like with the Texas Employment Commission, for instance. What this bill does is actually make sure you're still eligible under Texas law by seeing if you have won the lottery or if you have a voter registration that's outside of this state. So those are the two things that this bill covers that we haven't covered in previous bills. The other thing that it covers is we have had healthcare providers who have been using other healthcare providers' verification number, and they're not the ones that are actually seeing the patient. And this bill actually requires that the provider that saw the patient be the one that submits the Medicaid reimbursement.
So Representative Noble, I'm sorry, you're saying your bill just does a couple things in terms of recipients, but I'm seeing a little more in that, particularly in Section 3, looking at the newly created Section 320267.
Yeah, that's the self-attested thing that I was talking about.
Right, so checking that self-attesting, what type of resources is that going to take from the state to do all of that verification?
It's actually not that much. When the two things, I already told you what the two things were. They're going to check for out-of-state voter registration. There are people that are actually claiming Medicaid in our state and other states and having claims in two different states at the same time. And that this is just running those names and that information to make sure that that's not happening. The other thing is to see if they have lottery winnings of more than $3,000, and that is just easily attained from our state.
So I apologize, Representative Noble, you keep talking about checking voter registration and lottery winnings, but I also see self-attestation of person's income, their household composition, their caretaker relative status, and access to other health care coverage being covered by this bill.
That's what I'm talking about when they're saying, when they're maybe getting health care coverage in another state at the exact same time. That's what this is what is being covered in this bill.
Okay, but checking like their household composition and caretaker relative status, that doesn't sound very straightforward.
Well, again, that goes to if they're continuing to live in this state or not. If they are indeed a Texas resident, and if they are, again, this is just it's just a simple verification to make sure that they are eligible. And you know, honestly, I think all of us, our goal is to have every single dollar go to those that are in need, our vulnerable Texans, and that is the goal of this section.
Okay, yeah, I think I would disagree slightly on that goal. I don't want us to spend $1,000 to save $5 or whatnot, would be my concern.
I could get that, yes.
Does this bill have a fiscal note?
It does not.
Okay. Representative Noble, now is it or is it not true that when we see Medicaid fraud, we're very rarely talking about ineligible individuals?
No, you're exactly right. It's usually the provider side, and that is also covered in this bill.
Okay, but yeah, just to I want to make sure.
No, you're exactly right.
On the record, we usually see it on provider side, pretending they're providing services. They did not.
Agree with that, absolutely.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage. Oh, hold up. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Speaker Vasut. Members, during the pandemic, Texans enrolled in Medicaid maintained their eligibility throughout the entirety of the public health emergency. As the pandemic came to an end, the Health and Human Services Commission was tasked with disenrolling Texans who were no longer eligible. So during the pandemic, we were not allowed to take anybody off of Medicaid, and there was the task of unrolling, unwinding that, finding out who was no longer eligible. Leading up to that unwinding, advocates and healthcare professionals across the state were worried about how HHSC was going to accomplish this huge feat without the staffing and technology resources available. Unfortunately, their worry was well placed. By the end of the unwinding, 1.37 million Texans, and most of those were children, Texas children, lost their access to health care without having their eligibility determined. According to HHSC data, only 730,112 Texans were actually determined ineligible to receive Medicaid benefits. The other 1.37 million Texans who were denied for procedural reasons, meaning they were determined ineligible for benefits because they failed to provide all the information needed to make an eligibility determination. Oftentimes, it means HHSC wasn't able to contact them, or they made a mistake on their paperwork. For Texans that are living paycheck to paycheck, the legislature has ensured that one simple oversight could have lifelong health consequences. While some may see the number of Texans who lost Medicaid coverage as an achievement of sorts, well, we saved some money, I know this will have a ripple effect across communities. Eventually, we will all feel the consequence of so many of our neighbors losing access to Medicaid benefits. The additional 1.37 million uninsured Texans will inevitably put a strain on our already stressed healthcare system, because losing benefits means losing access to mental health medications, diabetes management, blood pressure medications, birth control, and so much more. But we can reverse this course and find ways to make it easier for HHSC to process applications. Unfortunately, this bill does the exact opposite of that and actually makes it harder for HHSC to process applications and ties the hands of HHSC in perpetuity. We may not agree on the merits of the Medicaid program, but we cannot allow our political differences on this to create even more barriers for Texans who rely on this program to receive life-saving health care services. All this amendment does is maintain the status quo. We're not doing anything different. We're just maintaining what we already do, which unfortunately already works well against the interests of Texans enrolled in Medicaid. And I don't know, I'm trying to get the exact numbers here to tell y'all. I don't know what people think that this is something that people are clamoring for. Wow, I wish I could get on Medicaid. That's not the case. You have to be dirt poor to get on Medicaid in our state. For a single mom with one child, $106? That's your salary, $106 a month? For children's Medicaid in a household of two, a single mom and a child, $2,266. For Medicaid for pregnant women, household size of one, $2,485. Members, we are not talking about a lot of money. These are people who are living on the edge, paycheck to paycheck. We don't need to put barriers in the way of people who are eligible from getting into the Medicaid program. This is not about expanding anything. This is about current eligibility, just ensuring that people don't have too many barriers to accessing what they are entitled to, that it benefits all of us. If our neighbors are healthy, if they can go to work, if they can take care of their kids. So this is all this does, maintains the status quo, and I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some
Lady,
questions?
yield for questions.
Yes.
Lady yields.
So when you say it will keep the status quo, I believe we had some doctors that came to the Capitol a while back to tell us about the application process, and they said it had gone from something like 3 pages to 21 pages. So you're saying it would keep the status quo of a 21-page application?
I think what you're referring to is what has happened with Women's Health Care Program, which we're trying to change and get it back to the status quo, get it back to what is the basic Medicaid application, which is the simpler form. So what we're talking about here really is the simpler form that has basically been used.
Okay. And I also heard you say that, we're trying to keep the status quo, but it sounds like the bill itself is an attempt to maybe pare down the Medicaid rolls. Would you agree with that?
You know, I appreciate that the intention is to prevent fraud and abuse. I get that, and we all want to do that. But what we're talking about here, I think, is just looking at the edges of things. These are folks that are already challenged. We are not enrolling the people who are already eligible. It's already difficult for many of them to do what needs to be done to get into a program that they're entitled to. So this just creates more barriers for them, makes it more difficult, and in fact could reduce even more those that are taking advantage of this program.
So does this have anything, I know early this session we had some folks come and talk to us about Medicaid, and they were saying 76% of the recipients are children, and then some are women who are about to give birth or just gave birth. Does your amendment apply to a certain subset of Medicaid recipients or all of them?
All of them, and to your point, the vast majority of those on Medicaid are children.
Right.
If you are an adult and you're not a senior adult, a disabled adult, or a pregnant adult, you do not qualify in our state because we have not expanded Medicaid. So it's a very limited population that we're working with in the first place. Thanks to this body and to Representative Tony Rose and her efforts last time, we did expand for pregnant women from 2 months postpartum to 12 months, which is helpful for sure. But once that 12 months is over, you are no longer allowed to be on Medicaid. So when you're trying to maintain the management of your chronic diseases, when you're trying to space your pregnancies, because we know that that's an important way to have good pregnancy outcomes, you no longer qualify to be on Medicaid. No adult does unless they're dirt poor. The vast majority, as we just said, are children, senior citizens, and those with disabilities.
So when you say senior citizens, someone brought to me the point that that may include our parents or grandparents who are in nursing homes. Is that correct?
It could, yes, indeed.
So I appreciate that Representative Noble wants to address fraud, waste, and abuse, but I also appreciate your amendment that will keep the process, keep the status quo so that we're not unnecessarily dropping people off of the Medicaid rolls. Is that what you're...
Yes, thank you. If we have the staffing that we need, the IT upgrades that we need, if we put our efforts into making sure that we have a workable system, then we will avoid waste, fraud, and abuse, whatever, I can't even talk anymore. We will avoid that, but we will also ensure that we do a better job of getting those Texans who are eligible actually enrolled in a program so that they can get the health care they need to be productive citizens.
And just one last thing. I remember my grandmother always saying to me that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Would you say that folks being on Medicaid, whether it's a child, whether it's an elderly person, or a woman who's pregnant, is the care that they get, including primary care, to try to ensure that we're keeping them healthy so that they don't have to incur even more expensive care for a chronic illness or something like that?
Oh, absolutely. Those who are poor are not getting their Medicaid. They end up using our emergency rooms for their medical care, which is very expensive and inappropriate. They go without medications. It exacerbates chronic conditions, which is much more costly to address. So yes, indeed, being able to access a provider, be on the medications you need to be healthy, to prevent chronic disease, or to maintain and manage that so that it doesn't develop into something worse, absolutely is a cost saver.
All right. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Members, please excuse Mr. Bojani because of important business on motion of Mr. Lujan. Is there objection? Chair has none so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I love their hearts. I share the desire that every single person that's eligible for Medicaid should get it. So what this bill does is ensure that in its current form. We are codifying the process that our HHSC is already using today. And the self-attested is you saying, I earn, $5. What they're using now and what is in this bill is that we just want to make sure that we have an outside source that verifies that. They don't need verification for an IDD adult. That adult is never going to change their income. They don't need verification for someone that's over 65. Their income is not really going to change. This just codifies the people whose income levels might change, and that they just occasionally check to make sure that information is accurate as we have it. We want every single person that needs Medicaid to get Medicaid, and that's what this bill does. I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close.
Thank you. I just will repeat again that these are creating more barriers, will make it more difficult for those who are eligible to get onto this program. I ask you to vote against the motion to table.
Members, Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. Ms. Noble moves to table. Vote aye if you oppose the amendment. Vote nay if you support the amendment. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye, Ms. Noble voting aye. Ms. Goodwin voting nay. Show Ms. Bowers voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie for an announcement.
There is dinner available in the back hallway for you that want to kind of come and go. Chicken Express, get your bird.
Mr. Wu,
Speaker,
for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 961 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 of the House Rules, on the grounds that the bill caption fails to give reasonable notice to the legislature.
Please bring your point of order down front for the dinner break. Will Mr. Landgraf please come to the chair? Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a brief announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, tonight our dinner is being furnished by Representative McQueenie, and we owe him a big round of applause. Put your phone up.
The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Noble for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 961 to June 22nd, 2025, my grandson Andrew's 7th birthday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 918. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 918 by Zaffarini relating to licensing and regulation of orthesis and prosthesis.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 918 updates the section of code for TDLR, putting their statutory language in for the professions it regulates. This would ensure that TDLR has clear authority to enforce licensure exemptions uniformly and fairly. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 918. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. I give you a little extra time on this first one. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Ms. Shaw of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Ms. Ward Johnson voting aye. Last call. There being 112 ayes, 29 nays, Senate Bill 918 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 955. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 955 by Parker relating the punishment for the offense of trafficking of persons.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 955 enhances the criminal penalty for human trafficking from a second-degree felony to a first-degree felony if the trafficker recruited, enticed, or obtained the victim from a correctional facility or jail while they are incarcerated. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 955. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 955 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 869. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 869 by Birdwell relating to a deadline for the Texas Ethics Commission to resolve certain complaints.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 869 ensures the Texas Ethics Commission resolves formal complaints in a timely and fair manner by enforcing the 120-day deadline for actions on complaints. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 869. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Plesha voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted?
Mr. Speaker?
Being 119 ayes, 6 nays, Senate Bill 869 is passed to third reading.
I'd
For
like
what
to
purpose, Ms.
reduce
Campos?
the words to writing regarding SB 1563
Members, you've
between
heard-
Representative Troxclair and Plessa.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Thank you, Ms. Campos.
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it appropriate for one representative to question another one regarding a bill that's not being heard at the mic? In other words, Representative Plessa had her bill. Troxclair, is that appropriate?
Members are required to confine their remarks to the measure that is pending before the House.
Okay, but she was questioning
Ms. Campos, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I just want to make a comment that I don't think it was appropriate for Representative Troxclair to question
Ms.
Plessa.
Campos, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Dr. Bonin on the floor of the House? This is a non-medical emergency. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 850. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 850 by Middleton relating to the payment of certain ad valorem tax refunds.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation makes overpayment of property taxes automatically refundable, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the bill, currently amounts over $1 must be automatically refunded. This raises that to $20. Move adoption.
Dr. Bonin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close.
Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 850. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 133 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 850 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 863. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 863 by Perry relating to the use of water withdrawn from the Edwards Aquifer.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 863 clears up a rule in the law that governs the Edwards Aquifer Authority. Right now, the law says that groundwater from the Edwards Aquifer can not only be used within the EAA's boundary. Senate Bill 863 will let some water utilities use the water in their service area that just falls outside of the Edwards Aquifer Authority boundaries, as long as those services are already in place. When the EAA was created, I have an amendment. There is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, current law is not clear whether or not the use of reclaimed water is eligible for use in ASR, even when it meets drinking water standards. This amendment fixes that by recognizing reclaimed water as eligible for ASR use, provided it's treated as standards set by TCEQ. I believe this is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Members, Dr. Buckley sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to close.
Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 863. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 863 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1610. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1610 by Perry relating to sexually violent predators to the Texas Civil Commitment Office and the prosecution of the offense of harassment by sexually violent predators and other offenses confined in certain facilities, amending and harmonizing certain statutes of limitations provision, amending certain sex offender registration requirements, changing the eligibility for community supervision, parole, and mandatory supervision for sexually violent predators, creating a criminal offense, and increasing criminal penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1610 until 7:30 p.m. this evening.
Members, you have heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1055. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1055 by Nichols relating to the permit fees for groundwater wells imposed by the Southeast Texas Groundwater Conservation District.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Isaac, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentlemen, you for questions.
Can I do my layout real quick?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Members, the Southeast Texas Groundwater Conservation District is comprised of 4 counties in Southeast Texas, one represented by Representative Holt, one represented by Speaker Phelan, one represented by Representative Schaffner, and one represented by myself. What this bill does is allows the Groundwater Conservation District to make a minor adjustment to its production fee rate a rate that hasn't been adjusted in 22 years.
Ms. Isaac, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
Happy to yield.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Ashby, did you have discussions with your constituents about the need for the increase in their fees before filing and agreeing to sponsor this bill?
Well, as you notice, this is a Senate bill, so this is Senator Nichols' bill. But yes, he, as most members know that have worked with Senator Nichols, he absolutely requires letters of support, resolutions of support from all of his counties and jurisdictions that would be impacted.
So you share constituency with him?
I'm sorry?
With Senator Nichols, you share constituents?
Yes.
With him, yes.
Absolutely.
And you were able to talk with the senator about this legislation?
This is his bill, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So before the bill was filed and you decided to push the bill forward, your onto your constituents, that would take hard-earned dollars out of their pockets and put them in the coffers of a government entity. Y'all agreed to do this, both of you and the senator.
So we are carrying a bill on behalf of our constituents. This has been approved by our constituents' governing boards, the counties and the cities that would be impacted, as well as, of course, the local groundwater conservation district, which requires a majority of the elected board of directors to support this. So the answer is this is on behalf of our constituents.
And so you were able to talk with them about what was needed versus wanted and not needed?
So they were able to come to us and describe to us what was needed as their representatives.
And wouldn't you agree that this is the proper method of advancing legislation of a local nature rather than another legislator who has zero business involving themselves in your district as behest of those who are just...
Members will confine their remarks to the matter at hand.
Did you vote against my motion to reconsider about my district?
The members will confine their remarks to the matter at hand.
I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Members,
Hold up.
Amendment by Isaac.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain her amendment.
Members, this amendment seeks to create equity in the funding of our GCDs across Texas. This amendment will tie the amount of the South Texas Groundwater Conservation District may charge, the amount that they may charge, to that of the Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District. This will give the groundwater district that is not in my district the same amount of tax increase that was thought to be okay in the district that I serve without my consent. I suggest we let members of the House and the Senate represent the areas they were elected to serve. Representative Ashby, I am so glad you were able to work with your constituents and not have a backdoor, unvetted amendment that heavily taxed your constituents and steps on their private property rights rammed through against your wishes of your constituents and yourself. I wish you have had supported me in my efforts to do the same, and I withdraw my amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to close.
And with that, members, I happily move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1055. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Ashby voting aye, Speaker Phelan voting aye, Mr. Dean voting aye, Mr. Alders voting aye, Mr. Hollis voting aye, Mr. Wilson voting aye, Mr. Martinez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 1055 passes to third reading. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 140, HB 129, HB 1, HCR 136, HCR 129, HCR 138, HCR 150, HCR 156.
Mr. Lozano, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reduce Representative Isaac's comments on the past bill down to writing and placing in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. What's another hour? Yeah, strap in.